Hey! Hello everybody, this is Dicebag, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber here. It's time for an art stream, a Crytures art stream, as we often do. Especially on Fridays. But these things, I always kind of have a hard time deciding what exactly I'm going to be drawing. A lot of the time it's just, I pick whatever is the most recent thing that I need to do. And I just hammer it out. Whatever it is. But this time, I saw earlier in the week, IronAge Media posted an art prompt, as they often do every week, I think. And it got the juices flowing, you know? It was an airborne canine. So I immediately saw that and thought, I have one of those. So we're gonna draw some Nimpup today. And when we got Julian over here, we're basically gonna draw like first meeting. Because Julian has himself the evolution of this thing, or the metamorphosis, excuse me. We can't use The Pokemon lingo. Screw them. Metamorphosis of Ninpup is Cosmine because Julian is one of the big boys. So we're going to draw up an encounter between the two, because one thing I've wanted to do actually is show that Ninpup, as I originally conceived him, is going to be able to enter the dream worlds of conjurers. So we're gonna show that in this piece. Hopefully I can get it done within the stream. I'll have a few hours to work on it. But let's see, we're gonna start out with some thumbnails. And... oh. Whoops. There we go. Alright. Thumbnails. Let's start sketching out a composition here. Dang. This might be an awfully big image. I've also got it on... I'm recording the time lapse here. Oh, hey there, Koheth. Aloha to you too. What's in the docket? You missed it! We're drawing these two. We're drawing an airborne canine, as was prompted by IronAge Media, because I have one. Augers for time lapses. Yeah, that means I can use it as content in my lore videos. 2 for 1. I always try to time lapse record everything for that purpose, but sometimes I don't always remember. So what I'm thinking here. Let's see. No. Okay. Hold on while I remember how to use CSP. That's probably gonna need to be bigger. That's not taking up very much space. Alright. Okay. We gotta make some adjustments to my little... everything on the desk here. Getting in my way. Wooloo, you're always coming in here with really weird tidbits of information. Let me see, is Restream picking up both? Hey, Restream has fixed itself. It now actually combines both chats. That'll be a little helpful. We're gonna put this on a different thing. Alright, I have a little more space on my one monitor. But no, I did not know that birds and alligators both have 3 pairs of eyelids. Oh wait, I should get in the chat, I guess. This means that dinosaurs, their common ancestors most likely had 3 eyelids themselves. You know what? I'm gonna say it right now, I don't believe in macroevolution. I think it's bullshit. Dinosaurs were dinosaurs, and they went extinct, and that's the end of it. Hello.
Hey.
Hey. GOTWD, hello there. How's it going? No, I'm not too keen on that pose there. Let's have his arm raised like so.
So I got a question. What makes the celestial type? Like, what kind of design philosophy do you have for the celestial type? Is it just stars, or is it? Are there other like exhibits that you think really define the flavor?
No, it's not just stars, but it is heavily influenced by celestial bodies. Also,
Well, I guess
things that have to do with the astral plane in Crytures are very celestial in nature, as far as the creature type is concerned.
Are celestial creatures kind of like the dragon type in Pokemon? Like, they have a lot of lore to them. They're typically really strong, but really hard to get.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. There's celestial types that I've got planned that are all across the spectrum of power. Let's see.
Okay.
Like, we've got one that I'm planning on doing. Let's see, I think I've shown him off. Catapitter, the let's see. So celestial types. So far we have oops. There we go.
So he's like the dog star.
What?
You know the constellation of the dog, and there's like the dog star, which is an eye. That's, I guess, is that why he only has one eye open?
No, he has one eye open because he sleeps a lot.
Oh, okay.
The constellations and creatures are definitely not going to be the same as in the real world.
Okay. You got any ideas for like mythologies about different constellations?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm too busy world
No,
building
we're
on the
not
parts
yet.
that are actually going to be used in play.
Okay.
But anyways,
It might be a cool idea to like show the presence of like maybe the places where celestial creatures tend to gather are places either where the sky is really bright or there's some kind of magic that distorts the sky so the constellations are different from what they normally are. I don't know, just thought.
there's gonna be celestial creatures wherever. Every place is
Okay,
gonna have
so-
its own celestial creatures of some kind. We're not going to cordon off one specific type into its own little areas.
Okay.
You don't have to. You
yeah.
don't have to go to a volcano to find a fire creature.
But are fire creatures more common in volcanoes?
There would probably be a few more than usual, yes.
How many? I would imagine that there would probably be at least a few that are in like really dry grasslands and that they can use forest fires as a way to basically hunt other creatures. Is that a nada or is that or am I on the money?
That would probably be very destructive to the entire ecosystem. I don't know if that'd be a common thing.
Okay. So I'm wondering if there's like this is just a like I said actually never mind. Just had a thought about a war between fire creatures and water creatures about how one's trying to burn the grassland while the other one is trying to put it out. If I ever do my own campaign, that might be a cool like side quest to draw people in.
I suppose.
What kind of magic do celestial creatures usually use? Is it just like a radiant damage in D&D, or is it something else?
Probably gonna be a lot of control effects.
Okay.
Maybe some direct, more damage focused, I guess.
Okay, so damage focused control effects, like that kind of thing.
Well, one or the other usually.
Okay.
Since we go on a class by class basis.
I'm wondering if flavor-wise you can say like you can say like how horoscopes say that the stars basically control your destinies. It can be that kind of flavor. How celestial creatures' power over stars allows them to control destiny, and it allows them to have a supreme control over reality.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be a thing.
No, okay. Can they see the future?
That's more of a psionic thing, I would say. Although there's some overlap. Nimpup here is going to be celestial psionic.
I find it kind of funny how in Japanese media, when they say psychic, they usually just mean superpowers. Like they say, like pyrokinesis, the ability to fly, ability to copy oneself, and put all those under psychic abilities. When basically that's just superpowers.
Yeah. Japan has weird connotations about their mysticism. Different than the way we think about it.
Yeah, one of the things I noticed was that well, obviously in the U.S. we see water as a parallel to fire. In Japan, it's kind of seen that wind being a kind of parallel to lightning, because you know about those two Oni brothers who basically bring the wind and thunder with their bag of wind and drums to bring that about. You can see that kind of thing happen. It's like magic in certain video games. You see that in Legend of Zelda, how the Rito village with the power of wind are seen as parallel to the power of electricity that the Gerudo have, that kind of thing.
Right, well, I mean, what is it? Wind and lightning, they're both storm related.
Mm-hmm.
So I would group those together as myself.
Mm-hmm. Kind of funny how we see fire and water are seen as opposites, one being cold and the other being hot, but wind and lightning, they're not really opposites, but they still are parallels. Do you have any? Oh, you do have one wind and lightning creature. I do remember it was a Nimba evolution. Metamorphosis, sorry. Can't trademark evolution.
Yeah, well, can't trademark metamorphosis anyways. But, not sure about this guy's cape.
Yeah, it looks a little bit weird to me. Is it going to be like swaddling cloth? Or is it going to be blowing with the wind? Or is it going to be floating because that's where the pup really likes the blanket to be, because that's where it feels the most comfy? Maybe when it's sleeping, it's swallowed around in the blanket.
Well, it wraps itself in the his little cape when he uses his teleportation powers.
Okay, so kind of like Nightmare in Kirby.
I don't know Kirby. I was thinking more like he's like a magician doing a disappearing act is the idea.
Okay, I see. Seeing the design with the ears kind of makes me think of the frocks that you see in like old medieval paintings. How they have a kind of beanie that has those little ear flaps on the sides. I think I remember something like that with in the portrait of Dante. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dante has that.
Oh, he actually has 3 little points on his cape here. So
I can imagine it. By the way, what's this guy's name again? I forget.
Which guy?
I don't think he's on the Crytures with you. The puppy.
Nimpup.
Are you sure you're not pranking me? Because I'm pretty sure that's like Nimpup.
Why would I prank you? Sometimes similar naming conventions are just good.
Okay. I think we're at the stage of the friendship where it's okay to prank each other. By the way, did you know that there were 1,000 frogs on top of your house?
Yeah, I put them there.
Okay. So I can imagine it to be mischievous pup using the cape it has to look like Dracula or something like that. That's kind of cute. Yeah.
I have no idea what you were just saying.
Like, you know how Dracula has its cape and he puts it in front of himself to basically make him look more ominous. I think that would be
right.
really, yeah. Just to remind me of Mulan with the Mushu Batman reference.
Well, hey, maybe at one point I'll make a make an undead variant of Nimpup, and he'll have a vampire, the vampire class, and he can do the whole cape over face, blah blah kind of thing.
I've noticed that you actually have talked about variants of certain creatures before. Are you planning on doing that right up in the first what is this called, like the first act or the first wave of creatures? Or are you planning on saving those for like future? Right.
That's definitely gonna be a future thing. I ain't gonna have room for it in the first release, nor would I have time to make it in a reasonable amount of time, because I want to have it like ready to go this year.
Yeah. Okay.
And I don't even have all the professions figured out yet.
By the way, are you still looking for like kind of character niches to put like make non-high powered characters?
Kinda.
I've kind of been listening to Robin Hood, and it's kind of funny because there's like a new character introduced in each chapter, and in going through it, you kind of get a really good idea about what kind of professions were common in there, because you don't just have like baker or butcher. You have things like cobblers. You have people who tanners or people who lay bricks, that kind of thing. There's a whole lot that goes into a society besides, who cooks the food and who fights and all that.
Yeah, well, I'm not too worried about random people like that.
Okay.
I'm talking specifically about like conjurers.
Okay.
Is your average Joe Smo isn't going to have creatures of his own.
I was kind of had this idea for a cobbler conjurer, so because you know about the fairy tale of the cobbler and the elves, how the cobbler went and then elves made his stuff, like started fixing shoes for him while he sleeps, so they finally thanked him by making him clothes. I was thinking that maybe something like that could be used, and that might be good for a guy who like specializes in kind of like fairy types. Maybe it's like some kind of conjurer who didn't get his creatures from like fighting, like maybe he inherited them or just made really good friends with one.
Well, that would kind of undermine the idea that creatures are dangerous things that inhabit the wilderness and they have to be tamed.
Yeah, I guess perhaps. So I wonder if there's a way to do both. Maybe a cobbler who lived in fear of a creature and since he was trapped, goes psychological forest aspect, where he basically his backstory is he had to think of a way to be able to capture and tame the creature without very many resources.
Yeah, no, you just can't do that in Crytures.
Okay. Like even if you like had to research a way to make a binding crystal or something like that.
Well, he wouldn't have to research how to make a binding crystal. People know how to make binding crystals. He can just ask somebody. Or buy one.
Okay. Are there any people who basically pass down their creatures for other people to basically inherit?
Maybe.
Like, you have...
I mean, the whole thing is, we're talking about a very young thing in Crytures. Conjuring has only been around for like a century.
Okay.
They haven't even had they haven't even had a mythic conjurer die yet. So they don't know how they're going to handle that when a mythic creature loses its conjurer.
Mm-hmm.
That's still unknown territory.
If it's still unknown territory, it seems like there's a lot of room for people to make task troops or tell tall tales. Do you have any bards yet in Crytures?
No bards yet.
Okay.
Mostly
Seems
because
like
I want to try and make like professions based around those archetypes, and they're not going to be ready. So they're gonna have to wait till later.
Okay.
And we can start talking about
like
bards.
Yeah, I was thinking about like a character that basically goes around making his living by telling tall tales. Those as a way to be able to get like food and drink at a tavern or something. Like I could imagine him being not well liked but kind of tolerated because his tales are entertaining, but his profession is seen kind of useless in the creatures world because there's so little to go around as is. So he's kind of seen as an entertaining parasite. I don't know. So what are you planning on doing with the background? Is it going to be a forest? Is it going to be inside in a cave?
Well, let's see. We're gonna have to pull up the Crytures wiki to remind myself. Because this little scene is going to be taking place inside Julian's astral pocket.
Really?
Huh. So we'll have to get a look at what I wrote down as his astral pocket looking like.
Do astral pockets have an infinite amount of space in them because they're like another plane of existence, or are they kind of only have like a finite space in them, even if it's like a few miles?
It's whichever the conjurer wants it to be.
Okay.
Let's see. There's Julian.
So, are astral pockets created by people obtaining skill of lucid dreaming, or does everybody have them, but they're only able to access them once they are able to lucid dream?
It's, let's see. Hold on, I'm messing with my things. Yeah, everyone would technically have an astral pocket, I suppose, but it's not going to be a handcrafted piece of work unless you're like a lucid dreamer.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Julian's astral pocket is open fields dotted with towering monolithic trees dominate the landscape of Julian's astral pocket. The canopy of these massive trees seem to merge with the perpetually starry sky. Even when the sun is out, the stars continue to shine through the shadows of the canopy. Everything seems to be a bit bigger than life in Julian's astral realm, including the gleaming tower that he counts as his home. Made from an odd lustrous stone, this tower practically sparkles in the starlight. Even the interior radiates light, dimming and illuminating based on the exterior light level.
And is this kind of? I know that he's supposed to specialize in celestial creatures. Is that for his own enjoyment, or do the creatures particularly like that kind of environment?
Probably both.
Okay.
Let's see. This should work, so I'm going to copy this layer and make it bigger for me to sketch on top of.
So he's a lord. He's pretty high up in the rankings, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I saw that you have a creatures team for him. Does he have more than that, and those are just the creatures he chooses to bind with him, or is that like he prefers to keep like a small team in general.
You can generally assume that the creatures they're shown with are just like their normal team.
Okay.
There's nothing really stopping them from binding more than that.
Okay.
Right.
I'm wondering, is it pronounced G's or Gears? No, G's or Gees? Geas, the thing that keeps the creatures binded to the conjurer.
I've heard that's pronounced Geish. Or Gesh. It's some Gaelic word.
Sounds German. Okay.
Which is why it's so weird looking.
Are you sure you didn't want to use the AE symbol? Like, you know, that, I forget what it's called, but it looks like a layer that's a combination between an A and an E.
Yeah, the ether letter.
Yeah.
That people like to use.
Ether letter.
No, I like to use words that I can actually type out easily.
Okay. I'm gonna have to just copy and paste it a bunch or do some kind of weird command.
Yeah, that's a real pain, especially if I need to write it a lot.
Okay.
I'm writing in English.
You aren't some Gaelic elf from a foreign time.
Yeah.
Did they have elves in the Gaelic? Do the Gaelics have elves?
Probably.
What kind of creatures they have?
There's something along the lines of elves.
Elf is such a broad term. It doesn't really say anything, you know? How it can be like people who... if someone asks what is an elf, you say it's either a really tall guy or a really short guy. We're not sure which.
That's kind of how it is just in general with mythical creatures in the olden days.
Did you ever see any old paintings of lions? How no one ever, it's used so much, but no one ever saw them, so they end up with having like very human like faces.
Oh yeah.
They basically end up looking like the lion from the Wizard of Oz.
That's something that kind of grinds my gears when I watch like guys who do historical like medieval videos on YouTube, like Shadiversity and his kind of crew. A lot of the time they'll point to like artwork as if it's an authority on the way things were back in the day, and I know as an artist half the time these guys had no idea what the thing they were drawing looked like. They just had a job to do, and they were doing it as best as they felt like they needed to, which may not have been very good. And it probably didn't involve looking up specific references, because the only references they had would have been from real life or other paintings.
Makes me wonder how many inaccuracies there are in Tales of Creatures. That might be like a fun like mechanic or side thing where you talk about a creature really inaccurately, so the party prepares for things all wrong, and they have to deal with the fact that they were completely unprepared for what happened.
Yeah, well, you can definitely use that in like any kind of fantasy game, but that's actually one of the reasons why I want to keep the creature codex separate from everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that knowledge is specifically, like, all the specific creatures are only going to be, like, for people who actually, like, go out and get that book.
Yeah, I was about to read Koheth's statement, but apparently he redacted some pretty important information. Oh, hey, WD. Hey,
Kohath.
hey,
Can't,
one.
yeah, let me talk for a minute, boy. I can't wait for my ancestors to recover your hard drive and marvel at how historical humans were all buxom babes with massive monster redacted. Yeah. Kohath, you're gonna be a contribution to history. That's no doubt about that.
Honestly, the fact that people would think he was an actual Cyclops is probably the least weird thing they would discover if they looked at his art
Yeah,
for
Kohath,
historical reference.
you're contributing to the Cyclops extinction theories from the future.
Do you know that that the idea of Cyclops came from mammoth skulls, where they saw the nose and they thought that that was the eye socket.
Are we sure about this, or is this some kind of...
I'm fairly certain. I can look it up.
Well, anybody can look up anything. I can look up how aliens built the pyramids.
Well, it's certainly a plausible theory. If you're going to make something up, then you would probably try to choose something a little bit more exciting, like what we thought were mammoth skulls were actually cyclopses, instead of the other way around.
I'm just wondering where they found the mammoth skulls at.
Hey, you there?
Me?
Okay, sorry, you cut out for a second.
I didn't cut out, I just wasn't saying anything. I was reading Kohath's. I was reading chat.
Okay, sorry. Okay, it's from National Geographic. That's a reputable source, right?
No.
Cyclops myths birthed by one-eyed possums? Okay. What would you say is a reputable source?
I don't think there's too many reputable sources when it comes to, like, actual history. I think most of it is stupid and made up. I would say source documents from the time period are reputable sources. Kind of. Sometimes.
I believe that's, if that's not the case, then I believe it's at least a theory that humans got the idea of Cyclops because of the massive hole in front of mammoth skulls. Would it also explain why so many Cyclopses are drawn with tusks? Like big teeth on both sides of the mouth.
Do I think mammoth would be tasty, Kohath? I don't know. I think it would taste like elephant. What's elephant taste like?
One bite at a time. That's how the saying goes, doesn't it?
I don't taste things by the bite.
If I remember correctly, they actually cloned mammoth meat. Like, they didn't actually make an entire mammoth. They just found preserved cell cultures in a frozen mammoth carcass and were able to make a meatball from it.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Kohath says, elephant would have to taste bad, right? That's why they just took the tusks and left them to die. You would presume that if elephants are not being eaten for their meat, but they are being hunted for other ways, then yeah, elephant probably wouldn't taste that great.
Well, buffalo, I understand, tastes pretty good, and people they almost win. American buffalo almost win extinct because poachers were hunting their pelts and leaving the rest.
Yeah, well, buffalo isn't elephant.
Also, elephants are pretty heavy and pretty hard to take down. So I imagine you would only need to be able to take a piece of meat back home, because people tended to hunt really far from home. And now with the modern invention of guns, the poachers are able to take down elephants rather easily, and they don't need, because they're technologically advanced, they don't need the meat. They only need the tusks for money.
But if the meat was good, why would you just leave it?
Well, probably because you
could sell that too.
Yeah. But I think that people would be suspicious people would be suspicious if they went to the market and found someone selling elephant meat right next to the black market side of town.
Well, you'd probably sell it to the same people you're selling the tusks to.
Why would they want it?
I don't think the black market cares all that much about whether something's for food or something's for jewelry or whatever they use ivory for.
Yeah, but they usually use the food for things that are harder to get, like caviar. Is caviar sold on the black market?
I doubt it. I think caviar is just a regular thing that they grow. It's literally just fish eggs, is it not?
Yeah, but I'm wondering why it's so expensive. I wonder if there are like certain species of fish it is illegal to cultivate. Okay. Buffalo's too rough for me, to be honest. Unless they're friends kissing it in the afterlife, eating tongues, that's nasty. So heck.
Yeah, I see what he's saying. Let's see. Elephant spaghetti? Alright, Koheth, I'm not reading your chats for a minute. What was I gonna say? I had some thought coming in. Also, I'm trying to figure out what this guy's armor looks like underneath the, his clothes. Underneath his cloak and everything.
Okay.
He apparently only has a vest for the chainmail. Because under that you can see his sleeves are cloth, so that must be Gambison. I really should have drawn him without the cloak and everything too.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I did with Cade. I have multiple versions of Cade, one without the armor and everything.
This is going to be kind of tough because you're going to have to do it with basically everyone else, because you said that capes were basically to creatures as hats are the Pokemon. So there's going to be a lot of capes and a lot of portraits you're going to have to redo for art reference.
Why is that?
You said that you have to try without the cloak because you have a lot of characters that have cloaks.
Yeah, well, some of them probably don't need it, and some of them already have it. It's just some inconsistent thing I've been doing.
I can understand that. Got my phone.
Don't worry, Koheth, you're not banned or anything. I'm just taking a break from your weirdo-ness.
And right now he's subjecting himself to my weirdo-ness.
Yeah, we're all subjected to your weirdo-ness.
It's great to be felt and known. Do you have any idea for like future Crytures memes arts you can do? Because those seem like really simple things you can do to promote Crytures.
Some what?
Crytures memes? Like the art you redrew with Crytures, like you remember the sidekick with the knife?
Yeah. I want to do the evil hee meme, you know that? With the cat that's got the grin. I want to make one of those with Caprico.
Okay.
I think
I
he's
can
got
see
the
that.
face for it.
Mhm.
Doing your best to bring positive chaotic energy. Okay, go ahead.
Positive chaotic energy is not necessarily chaotic good energy. It just means you have more chaos. Hey, Kohet, are you working on any projects right now? I know that you're doing a kind of comic series.
I don't know that Koheth has actually sat down and started doing a comic, but he has drawn some comic.
Okay. I've kind of had this idea. I'm copywriting this right now. Can you just copyright something by declaring it? But I had this idea for a kind of comic with a detective noir comic with a detective who basically breaks the fourth wall and realizes he's in the comic and uses his knowledge of story tropes to be able to solve crimes.
I think that's been done before. Maybe not that specific setup, but that idea.
Well, if it has, I haven't seen it. It's a pretty obvious idea that I haven't really seen it used very much. But maybe maybe it has been used. But I hope that if I do it, maybe I can get my own twist to it. Just finished sketches and line right on for one, and I've thumbnailed another, going at about a page a week. Okay. Is that
Oh, so you are working on those something. Okay, Koheth. You have upgraded from a guy who's doing fan art of his own work to a guy who's actually making something.
Just so we can make more fan art.
Yeah, that's one of my pet peeves, is how people will just like... Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. They make fan art of their own ideas. And then they're like, "Oh, I never have time to make this thing that I'm making up." And it's like, well, you could just make the thing instead of making the fan art.
I think it's less they don't have time. It's more they don't know how. I need to.
But then they're posting art. How do you not know how when you're making art? A comic is art.
You don't know how to make it. You know how to make art, but you don't know how to write a story. Nicole has backed me up on this. You've made comics. Hey, Kate. Hey, I've done 4 comics already. They're getting better all the time, but drawing one-offs is a bit more fun. But you've actually got to plan things out, and it gets pretty involved once you start trying to make them. You have to not only worry about the drawings, but also the readability, how the comic basically flows, and how and writing the story, how to tell the story through the art more than the words, so that people don't get annoyed. Puts a bunch of stuff into it, and people end up just making the excuse they don't have enough time, and I made that excuse more than once, and so I've got to get better on that. So who's this new guy here? Not looking at Discord right now. Is it you, Koheth, or Dale, or Evergreen?
What?
I heard like Badoo, like someone just joined the chat. Not joined the chat.
Hello, it's me. I felt as though I was being slandered, so I've appeared.
I should slander you more often, I guess.
I would prefer it if you did not.
I'm gonna start every art stream with Koheth slander to make him come in. This hand looks terrible.
It'll get there. I believe in this hand.
I don't know if I believe in this hand.
I believe in a hand somewhere. It's like how they
Some
say
way,
there's plenty
somehow.
of fish in the sea. There's plenty of hands on
What's
the
the hand
canvas,
supposed
but
to
none
be
of them
doing?
are for me.
What's this hand supposed to be doing?
It was gonna be in kind of like a... Well, I don't even know how to describe it.
Kind of just like relaxed,
the purpose of
clenched
this
is
hand,
what it
like-
looked like to me.
Yeah.
What's your default hand position, Dice? You too, Woo.
I don't know.
Well, I'll have to look at my drawings a little bit.
No, I mean like you physically. Like,
Oh.
like you're just standing around. What's your default hand position? What preset
Oh,
did you choose
shit.
at birth?
I avoid standing around as much as possible.
Honestly, it's a wise move, I think.
I'm usually
default
either
hand-
sitting or something like that.
It's an extremely
My default
valid
hand
strategy.
position is. My default hand position is knife.
No, what are you
Always
doing?
have a knife
What does
in
that
my
mean?
Knife hand?
No, knife.
What?
I just my default hand position is knife. I just always have a knife in my hand.
You're like
Oh,
a
well, that's
gang
less
member or
cool.
something.
I thought you were like
Knife hand
chambering
is
martial
like
arts moves
Rodney
or something.
Yeah, I was hoping for like a Zamuso, a Goku Black from Dragon Ball type of situation. You got
Well,
like
we
the
can, like,
hand cutters.
Oh, we can go back and pretend I said that.
All right, we'll rewind.
Let's do that.
Excellent.
Rerun
Awesome
the
hand
stream.
position.
Knife hand
Holy
strike.
cow, I'm intimidated.
Ugh.
I'm like a bear paw personally, you know, like hands kind of curled in, little knuckle draggy.
I
nothing
don't know
special.
why, but I don't know why, but I can totally imagine you with a bear paw.
I mean, I
Like,
do
I've
like
never seen you in
bears.
real.
So what you're
but
saying
not-
is that you bear arms.
Well, I do like bare arms, and I do like bearing arms, and I do like it when bears with bare arms bear their arms when furnished
I
with
do
bare
like-
arms.
Okay, you
So-
took my bad
What-
pun and just ran with it.
What if those bear what if those bear arms are bearing berries?
Bare arms bearing berries? Is it like
Yeah.
a cornucopia situation, or is it just like a couple of raz? What's happening here?
Why not? Why not like a cornucopia? Like a bear with bare arms carrying a bear full of berries.
You're gonna have to explain what a bearful is to me.
It's like an armful, but with bare arms.
Yeah, what part of the bear are we filling up here?
There's only
No,
one
it's-
acceptable answer. Please choose correctly.
What's that? The mouth?
That's the acceptable one. Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say the nose.
Who are you? What does that mean? You're gonna get 8.
Not if he can't breathe. His nose is full of berries.
He has a mouth. He doesn't need his nose. He's not like a weird
then
alien
he-
thing.
If he eats me, he can't breathe through his mouth. It will be like a mutually assured destruction.
Look, you can't
know
you
those-
can't argue with Kohath when it comes to anatomy. He's better than I am in that regard.
I just want to say, you know, like those
Oh, the double
folktales
entendre.
where it's like, oh
Folktales?
yeah, the head of our clan, Iger Iron Arm, he defeated a wolf by shoving his fist down its gullet. Like, no, it's just gonna eat you.
Like
the
like
bear doesn't
strangling him
care if it's
from the
having trouble
inside?
breathing.
Like strangling it from the inside.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a
Like-
Brandon Sanderson reference.
it's a what reference?
It's a Brandon Sanderson reference.
I don't know
Strangling
who
something from the
Brandon.
inside.
He's an author.
Don't make this mistake. Dice Bag did. Don't start with Stormlight Archive. It's his greatest and best. It's a magnum opus, but it's not for people to start off with. I think that you might like Warbreaker.
I don't
Maybe
see why
if
not.
you're-
honest,
I didn't
I
have a
don't
problem with Stormlight Archives. I didn't want to keep reading ebooks at the time, and I haven't gotten back into it. I've been watching VTubers.
It's I know, it's
critical
just that it's a
mistake,
really difficult
regardless
one
of
to get into.
anything that it's cutting off.
What?
I said watching VTubers, a critical mistake. You are the VTuber.
This is true.
Just watching your streams to see how you can improve.
Oh hey,
Nah, self-improvement is lame.
Odysee chat has been frozen for like half an hour at least. Hello Frost Lord, didn't see you there because Odysee chat kinda sucks.
I'm
Well,
gonna
welcome
open
to the
on
stream.
Odyssey to see.
Welcome, Frost Lord. I like your name. It reminds me of early 2013 playing on Xbox Live. We're gonna use the Xbox Live chat to play Monster Hunter Tri on the Wii, but so that we can keep talking to each other.
Okay. Bohes reliving his childhood here.
It was really good. It was a really good childhood.
That wasn't my
No
childhood,
complaints.
that was my working all day phase.
Oh my gosh.
That was my
Sorry.
12-hour shifts, 6 days a week time period.
Yeah, it couldn't be me. I'm far too lazy these days.
Me too.
Rona just kind of did that to everyone, didn't it? It just made us all lazy. Or at least that's how I feel. Like 3 years of nonsense.
Isn't
and I'm
that
just like,
like-
oh.
Isn't that like one of the symptoms of long COVID? Just becoming really, really lazy.
Well, I have bad news for you. I've had COVID since 2006. If that's the case.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to mention any precarious words.
I don't know about that specifically, but for me, the laziness came around when I realized that there was no getting out of those 12-hour shift, 7 day or 6 days a week things without quitting the job. So I did.
Nice.
Work smarter, not harder. Kind of working
Or
just for
sometimes
your job.
not at all.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Do you guys have any like
Employment
advice? for, like,
sucks.
network?
My
Do you guys have
current
any
job
advice
isn't
for
nearly as
network?
abusive with the overtime.
I mean, you have time today, right? So that's pretty good.
I
happy
had
about
2
it.
days off this week. Well, actually, wait. Okay. It's a little weird the way I think about time with the new job because it's a 4-day week, 4-day work week. So like the weekend for me is like Friday, or it's supposed to be, but I don't feel like it. I don't feel like I'm supposed to be off on Friday, but I am.
Everybody else is doing something. Am I supposed to? Like right now, it's.
So when I don't have to work overtime, I'm like, oh, I have an extra day this week. I have a day off. When no, actually, I just have my normal weekend.
You use that time to like rent a jet ski.
Rent a jet
Have
ski.
like a 1 day vacation.
Dude, I
No,
got
I'm
creatures
with
to
you
work on.
this one.
I got
No, dude,
streams
you
to
gotta-
do.
You gotta rent a jet ski, man. I'm actually in 100% agreement with you.
Jet ski, jet ski, jet ski.
I have no desire to go riding jet skis or anything like that.
That's what
Have
everyone
you ever
says
ridden a jet
until
ski
they're
before?
on the jet ski.
Look, it's not that I wouldn't enjoy maybe doing a jet ski. It's that I have more interesting things that, to my mind, that I would be doing. Like this
future
right here.
jet skis?
if you weren't on no coast, I would invite you to go jet skiing. It doesn't matter which coast. I can be on either one, but oh man, the ocean is great.
Coast?
Yeah, but I was about to say unfortunately, but I don't think of it that way. Fortunately, I'm not by the coast.
I agree with your assessment of fortune.
So you have a little bit of buffer between you and the inevitable rise of the Dark Lord Cthulhu.
Yo, I was playing Dredge.
Well, unless he
ready.
comes out of the Great Lakes, I'm pretty well insulated.
Or they're not called great for nothing.
They have the old ones. They weren't a natural formation. They were prisons.
Oh, I like that. That's a cool sci-fi. Or I guess maybe it wouldn't be sci-fi. I don't know what that genre would be. Horror? That'd be cool.
Yeah, you could make a mythic creature with that lore.
Because they were to. The legends say they were supposed to rise up out of the ocean. So what the inhabitants did to escape the Dark Lord's wrath is that they enclosed the spot with land, so it is no longer an ocean but a lake. And legends say that one day a great flood will come and it will reunite the lake with its long lost treasure, and then on that day the whole earth shall tremble.
Could you imagine how mad you would be if you were like a peasant and a king was like, all right, guys, you know this ocean? We need to surround it with land. Don't ask me any questions. New job. None of you will be paid. Has to be done. Sincerely, your king.
Is that preferable to having Cthulhu at your doorstep?
I don't know. Like, is Cthulhu really that bad? What's the Warhammer thing? Is Korn really that evil?
You sound like someone who's under his influence.
I'm just saying, violence, war, unspeakable horrors beyond our comprehension. Maybe we should just take the time to try to comprehend them, and maybe they wouldn't be so unspeakable.
Yeah. Study the What's the meme? Studying these horrors beyond my comprehension, so they are no longer. Study the man-made horrors, so they are no longer beyond my comprehension.
Oh yeah.
With the little cat reading a book.
It reminds me about how because H.P. Lovecraft was not racist in the modern sense, which just means anything. He was literally a racist. It kind of gives me how it makes me think about how the more paranormal investigators would basically try to stop the old one. So basically, you have Cthulhu versus the racist Illuminati.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I like it though. I also have no idea, but it sounds sick as hell. And I don't know who I want to win either, is the thing. Oh my gosh. I've had a lot of recent contemplation around the idea of
Oh no.
death of the author as a concept. How do you feel about it, Dice?
Death of the author.
Yeah.
Describe what you're talking about.
So death of the
I
author
think
typically
authors are
is...
pretty easy to kill.
Let him talk.
Okay, wait. I think.
Damn it.
Authors are pretty easy to kill.
Damn it, Wulu. Let him talk.
So, death of the author is typically the idea that when a work is created, It should be viewed outside of the context of the author who created it.
Yeah, screw that. I don't like that.
So you're anti-death of the author. So the author's intent is important when consuming the media that has been created by the author.
Yes.
I see. I used to be super anti-death of the author. I used to be like, nah, if the author has failed to create something that cannot stand on its own and be interpreted in the way that it's supposed to, then the author has failed. However, I think from a consumer standpoint now, the author's intent makes many forms of media more enjoyable. So I'm with
you would have a very different take today if you read like a classic novel and they said we'll have a very gay parade today, and the word gay back then meaning happy, and gay today meaning
meaning homosexual.
Maybe I would.
Yeah.
Maybe I wouldn't.
Kohath will have a gay time either way.
Whoa. 10 years ago. Not anymore.
Alright, now you have a wife.
It's true. I'm the future the liberals are afraid of, I guess. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot, especially in the context of a lot of recent controversies. I think the author's intent is important. Explicitly, what the author has determined their intent to be.
Yeah.
And when you have death of the author, it opens up so many cans of worms and nonsense. I hate it. Anyways, thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Now, when I was in college briefly, I had to take some English classes because everybody did, apparently. But, of course, English classes are generally more actually literature classes. And one of the things they had us read, I don't remember anything about it except that, like, my professor considered herself a feminist. But
as many do.
But she told us like about some feminist interpretation of one of the scenes in there. But then she said, I don't really subscribe to that idea. And my whole thing was like, at the time even, I was like, well, what did the artist mean? Like
Right?
that
Like-
was my idea of what was most important. Like, I don't care what you think it might be. What actually is it?
Like,
There is an
you can-
objective
you can-
reality.
Hey, you can make a hamburger out to be a hot dog. It doesn't make it not a hamburger, you know? Like, you can redefine what a hot dog is. You'd be like, a hot dog is any piece of meat between two sections of bread. And it's like, all right, everything's a hamburger now. But, like, I want to know what the chef says.
Well,
What's the chef cooking?
if we're talking about hamburgers and hot dogs,
Uh-oh.
hamburger or hot dogs are basically, well, hot dogs in a bun specifically, hot dogs in a bun
Okay.
are basically just stupid tacos.
You take that back right now.
They are. Turn it on its side.
Explain
Turn it on its
awesome
side. Just turn the damn thing on its side. It'll be a lot easier to eat.
Are Subway
sh-
sandwiches?
Every time I put a hot dog in a hot dog bun, the damn thing like breaks in half. And I guess that's a fault of hot or tacos too, because tacos are always breaking in half as well. But I don't know, I feel like the
It's
taco
called hot
is a
dog
little
bite.
more solid.
So I just want to make sure I understand correctly. You're saying that hot dogs are just stupid tacos.
Yes, hot dogs are
I
constructed
think
like
that's
stupid
exactly what he
tacos.
said.
How awful do you think it would be if you put a hot dog in like a hard taco shell and just ate that? I can't get behind this.
I'm not saying eat it in a tortilla shell. I'm just saying construct the hot dog bun more like a taco, and it will be way better.
We're gonna need to take a break from this item. You need to open a new tab right now.
Okay, hold up.
What your idea of the ideal hot dog
Dingus
bun
is giving me a raid. We gotta acknowledge Dingus here. Hello, Dingus. Dingus just got done with his 1-year anniversary stream. So thanks for the raid there. So, raiding with a party of 4, he's got a big old group here. Well, for me.
Doing anything consistently for 1 year is fantastically difficult, so well done.
Yeah, showing up for work.
Sometimes you just don't want to, you know? Sometimes it's rough. I do want to say, though.
How goes the drawing, Dingus asks. The drawing goes well, I think. I finally figured out the hand, for the most part. You missed that whole situation. Go ahead, Kohath. Don't let me interrupt you.
No, you should interrupt me.
It is my stream after all. Get out of here.
Precise?
No, I want you.
Guys.
You have to defend yourself. I'll slander you again.
I'm extremely pro hot dog maximalism.
Hot dog maximalism.
Yeah, I'm a hot dog maximalist, I would say, especially in regards to like toppings in the taco fashion. I think that if you took everything from a taco outside of the ground beef and just put that on a hot dog, on like a toasted hot dog bun, that would probably be amazing.
You think so?
I would. You know the old Burlington Coat Factory? No, it's Men's Warehouse. They would be like, "You're gonna like the way you look, guarantee it." I would guarantee that you would love the way that tastes.
Okay, you didn't need to give me an example of a guarantee.
This is a government
money back
bond.
or eternal soul.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you were a Fed, Kohath. Working
Look,
for the government?
I need to give you my strongest guarantee, traveler. You can handle it.
I knew it.
Dingus says, after streaming on Rumble for the first time ever, I have to say Rumble greater than Twitch by a large margin.
Really?
Twitch has more features, I'll give it that.
I thought that Rumble had the streaming limited to hashtag big players.
It was
Is that
limited
no
to
longer
people
the case?
who had paid plans, but no longer.
Oh, they found a cost-efficient way to do it.
Yeah. So
That's
I'm
smart.
streaming on Rumble. I haven't seen anybody in Rumble chat though, but people pop in. According to the things, I've had 28 viewers come in.
That's pretty good.
Well, hell, my first stream had like 80 unique views, 60 or something like that. It's gone up since
Maybe you
then.
should add a sign to your stream that says if you're watching on Rumble, say.
Nah, you gotta let the lurkers lurk. Like, it's so. I hate that. Like, I watch a lot of small streams and I just want to hop in and like chill, and then somebody's like, "Oh, hey, hi, new viewer. How are you doing?" And I just want to not be acknowledged.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
it's 7
definitely that.
PM.
I'm usually a lurker. Like, I was in Dingus's stream yesterday and I didn't even tell him. But that's because I was setting up my own stream and I didn't want to be like, "Hey, Dingus, here I am. Gotta go, bye." You know?
Yeah. Like, you know, on the back end, you see the number. You see that somebody's there. And it's like, oh, that's nice.
Well, you see that on the front end, too.
Well, I guess, yeah. It really depends on, like, what platform you're using.
Yeah.
If you're on my preferred platform, it's so unreliable. you don't know if there's hundreds or negatives of viewers.
Oh, you're talking about Picarto.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, Picarto is Picarto.
true.
It's kind of the
it's good at
ghetto
what
of
it is.
streaming sites.
Hey now, it's not that bad.
Oh, look, that's why you can draw the things you draw over there.
It's true, but like you're not gonna go there and get shot up, you know?
Shut up. Oh, okay. Yeah, I
Like,
guess
it's not
that.
Like you're not risking life and limb to get
not
to, like,
that
to
kinda
McDonald's a
ghetto.
little bit faster.
Yeah, I was thinking
No.
more along the lines of low budget, affordable housing ghetto
I see.
than dangerous ghetto.
Low
with
budget,
shootings.
affordable housing, but not the projects. I understand.
Well, I guess it would be the projects, but that's not the
Oh.
focus.
I wanted to stream on on Twitter, but they have a very that site is weird.
Yeah.
For everything that's on that site, the restrictions they have on certain parts of that site, I'm like, this is weird. I hate this, actually.
So
Like
they
what?
have pretty restrictive stuff for what you stream on Twitter.
Right. So, like, I can post the things that I post, no problem. People
Right.
can look at them and view them and interact with them. I could even do animations in the form of GIFs and videos, and that's no issue. But if you're live streaming, well, then, you know, call the cops. It's suddenly no good. I also
Yeah.
hate that I'm a big fan of self-censorship just in general. And I hate that Twitter doesn't have controls to let you self-censor.
It
bothers
doesn't.
me a
Yeah.
great deal.
It doesn't let you like select like this post is naughty.
Yeah. Which I would do. I would do it every time. And I'd be like, hey, check it out.
Yeah, but it still has content filters, so everything's based on AI or the algorithm or whatever, which is very
Heavens
flawed.
forbid you post a blowy sheep.
Yeah. Heaven forbid we post a cloud that's a little stylized.
Yeah, I really like Rumble as a platform.
Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
That one picture of Nimbaugh got censored, but Rainpuff, the one that it kind of looks like it's drippy, that one's fine.
Because you can drip all you want. That's not the infraction.
We can have drippy white stuff all we want. We just can't have puffy white stuff for some reason.
Exactly. You understand. The reasons are nonsensical, but they are reasons. Yeah, I really like Rumble. I need the app to work. At
That
all.
that would be really nice, especially since a lot of my watching of things happens at work,
Right.
and I need it on my phone.
I forget what it was that I was watching the other day, but I wanted to pull up a live stream on Rumble. So I opened the app, and none of the people that I have subscribed to are available for me to pick from, like just at all. Like they're all gone. And then I like just stuck. So I like manually, like I'm going through more effort to find these guys than I do for almost any other leisure activity that's not like drawing, right?
Right.
And I search them, I pull them up, I go to the live stream, I open it, and then it just starts over from the beginning once every 30 seconds, no matter what I do. And I'm just like, all right, I'm good. Maybe next time.
That's definitely
Websites.
the biggest faults of alt tech is that sometimes they just don't freaking work.
Yeah. I'm just happy that the website works more now.
Like I was saying with Odysee chat freezes like all the time. So you have to consistently like go in and refresh the page to make sure you're not missing anybody. Like the guy that's in chat earlier probably ain't in chat anymore. He hasn't said anything for 45 minutes.
These people don't even know I exist. Aw. Welcome back.
Yeah, they were pretty. Yeah, they were pretty crafty, but I managed to get the upper hand.
Wait, what? Excuse me? Who was crafty?
What?
Blink twice if you're okay.
Okay. So, yeah. Sorry, ninjas took out my internet. That's why I dropped out.
I see.
Ah.
They hit you with the dice bag special. Sudden tornado out of left field.
Sudden tornado warning.
Yeah, I guess it was a tornado of sorts.
Sudden tornado warning that ends in 5 minutes.
Sudden death tornado warning.
Wait.
Got 2 tornadoes.
Dingus says, I like Odyssey, but holy shit, yeah.
I agree with
Me
that
too,
statement
buddy.
in general.
Me too,
with
buddy.
regard to Odyssey.
And
Like, I like the
Odyssey
concept
is
of
my
Odyssey.
biggest platform. It's got most followers. It allows me to post my images there, like as a gallery, not as a gallery really, but alongside my videos. They really should add
What if
playlists for, or galleries, whatever you want to call it. I say playlists because it's a video platform, but playlists for just image files, image uploads would be nice, so I could organize all my Crytures stuff on there. But yeah, it's buggy.
I'm looking at it now for the first time in maybe half a year, and it looks exactly the same as it did half a year ago.
Are you sure?
It feels like it does, unless.
Are you looking at
they've
like the
updated
main
it.
page?
Yeah, I'm looking at the home page. Does
Okay.
it look different on the back end?
Go to my actual channel page. They've updated that.
This is cool. There's a specific artist tab, and you're there.
Yeah, I can top out the artist tab very easily.
That's pretty cool.
That's a big reason why I have almost 200 followers over there.
Oh, I take it back.
What if-
okay, yeah, no. This homepage
what
looks
if
a lot
Rumble
better
and
than I
Odyssey-
remember it looking.
Oh yeah,
what
you
if
mean
Rumble and
the...
Odysee had a merger?
Okay, hold on. I need to bring Kohath up. He's a little low. I have a hard time hearing him.
Odyssey and Rumble merger, I hate it. I don't like it.
They're very different.
Yeah. Now, if you wanted to delete BitChute and just have Odyssey, that'd be cool, I think.
BitChute sucks. We have to all come to terms with that. BitChute sucks.
BitChute had potential.
BitChute had potential, but it didn't keep up.
You were the chosen one!
I did...
I just like saying BitChute, to be honest. It feels good. So it's so depressing.
You
when
were
they
supposed
just
to
didn't
save
do
us
anything.
from the garbage platforms, not join them.
BitChute just kind of stayed trash. It hasn't really improved as far as I can tell. I haven't tried there for a while, but mainly that's because freaking every time I try to upload something, it would get stuck in processing for days at a time.
Yeah, I also have not checked back in a long time, but that's just because I used it for about 3 months. I uploaded some videos, and it just left such a bad, like, sour taste in my mouth. I was like, I'm good. I'm burnt. BitChute has burnt me. Odyssey has not burnt me. However, I still just don't enjoy using it. But it's not bad. I think I like Odyssey a lot more than I like Rumble, but none of the people that I like are on Odysee that aren't on these other places that I also just use.
Let's see. Dingus says, I had faith in BitChute when I first heard about it, but then, yeah.
It sounded great.
Like, I think the whole technology basis that they had going on was interesting. Just that.
But if you start a platform on one gimmick and that's it, it doesn't seem like things will be going well for you because you'll just be capitalizing on that one thing, never trying to focus on fixing any of the real issues.
Well, I wouldn't say it was a gimmick. It's that the thing was doing like it was streaming videos on like BitTorrent technology.
Is that what they were doing?
Yeah,
that's
like how it functioned without having like a central, I don't know what you'd call it, server? I don't know.
So it was like
A server.
Huh. All right.
It was peer-to-peer.
That's why it's called Bitcoin.
I see.
That's why it was named BitChute. It operated on similar principles to Bitcoin. Is that it?
Well,
There's no way.
that's not how BitTorrents work.
Oh.
Now, BitTorrents were how
What are
we
BitTorrents?
pirated games back in my day,
Back in his day.
and music.
And then you would get
Why are they called BitTorrents?
probably because you're torrenting bits of information. That seems logical.
Yeah, I don't know the etymology of the term.
I'm not a fan of computer terms, just in general. A bunch of nerds just got together and decided what we should call things. It's not right. Why are they called bits?
Yeah, who gave
Why
them
are
the
they called
right?
Bytes?
You know, they maybe should have named them after like terms in Magic. So bits should have been named like mana. So there would be like Mega Mana, Giga Mana, Zeta Mana.
I don't.
And you could
I have extremely mixed feelings on how I feel about Giga Mana.
You know what? I support the idea of using like the reverse, actually, of using technology terms to refer to magical concepts.
Oh yeah.
So like you can have like a slave program and master program, except you have literal slaves and masters.
Actually, you know what? I take that back. I don't think we should use the terminology, but I do think the concept of modern technology is a way that we'd be good to view magic and fantasy.
That's kind of why when you had the different quote-unquote technology gave to the different factions and creatures, you call them technologies when they're pretty explicitly magic.
Yeah,
It's kind of cyberpunky, isn't it? Like, his magical capacity is just denoted as RAM, and that's his ability to affect the world in like unexplainable ways.
it sounds like
like
Shadowrun.
Like you have different spell slots in D&D. Instead, you would just have RAM.
You
Yeah.
have RAMs. Spells cost bytes instead of mana. I don't know. That's where the end of that's where my analog ends. You could probably expand on that. I couldn't. Not smart enough.
Well,
Darn
one of
shame.
the things that I found really interesting from a world building standpoint was from the Mass Effect games. In like a lot of like futuristic sci-fi, especially spacefaring stuff, they don't refer to a lot of like modern technology. It's always like super advanced garbage that's just using a completely different lexicon. But the Mass Effect came around, and they'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go into this enemy ship and download the data on their plans into the hard drive in my suit," and I'm like, "Whoa, wait a second."
What do you mean this makes sense?
That's real stuff.
Yeah, you could have a
fiction is science. Good God.
Instead of like having a wire shark, you can have like a magic shark or like a magic parrot or something like that.
What is a wire shark?
Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
a wire shark is the term that's used for tracking in telecom systems or to programs that basically they travel around until they encounter a problem, and then they'll report back to you what that problem is.
So it's like a plumbing snake, except
Yeah.
electric.
Yeah, a wire shark.
I'm for it. All right.
But on this topic, yeah, that is the idea of magic as technology or vice versa. That is an inspiration for a lot of the things I'm working out in the world building. Because literally, I don't know if you guys have seen the, what do I call it? The Wayward Blooms. They're giant lotus flowers. Have you guys seen those that I posted?
Two. All right. That's
There's also something to be said
What?
Of science. I was going to say that there's something to be said for scientific phenomenon that grows off of mana. Like I could imagine in creatures having some kind of chemomorph, not chemomorph. It was okay. So some kind of chemotrope plant that feed off the heat of certain fire creatures, something like that. I could imagine that, like certain plants that evolve to have symbiotic relationship with the magic in the area. Like they're not completely non-magical at all, but they benefit from the magic that surrounds them.
I don't know how you got to this when I was asking if you guys seen Wayward Blooms before.
You said they're lotus flowers?
Yeah, to describe their look. Let me throw an image in chat.
Oh, thank God. Wait, is it the one with the three people and they're looking at, like, there's a flower in the front and they're, like, looking off in three directions?
Yeah, that's one of the examples.
Okay. Tell me about the lotus flower.
Here.
Or the wayward bloom, excuse me.
What do wayward blooms smell like?
I imagine bad. Like, most flowers just smell awful.
That's not important to the topic at hand, really, but here's the thing. The whole reason I came up with the Wayward Bloom is because I was playing too much Deep Rock Galactic.
Good game. Please elaborate.
Please elaborate. So the Wayward Bloom is just a drop pod.
So, like, they're...
We're dropping in, boys!
I just thought of, like, Odysee, like Halo. Except instead of, like, a large cargo container, it's a giant flower.
Yeah.
So
instead of falling from orbit, it just teleports you.
I see.
In a Crytures battle royale where you all go out of wayward rooms and try to kill each other.
Yeah, could happen.
So, is it like a little pocket dimension travel thing where like different wayward blooms are connected to each other, or is it that the wayward bloom itself travels?
They are connected to each other, but also
I see.
When you activate one, you can have it grow a temporary bloom in another space that doesn't have one yet.
It's kind of like the teleporting flowers in Sonic Heroes.
Yeah, okay.
I would like to be a wayward bloom cultivator. I just wanna open my greenhouse and plant the single most industry like defining piece of fauna the world has ever seen, our flora. Fauna? I don't know.
Flora.
It's creatures. They're probably fauna.
Spiking off of that, I have a question about the wayward bloom.
Yeah.
Are they able to? are they able to be selectively bred to be like more effective or more portable? Like how do they play into the technology? Because technology is something that's created, not just something that's discovered and able to be used. Are they able to be like selectively bred to make more of them? Were they originally like that? Like originally weren't able to be teleported, but through some kind of thing they made them so that humans could teleport with them?
Yeah, who's the Gregor Mendel of Wayward Blooms?
Well, the technology is in being able to create them whenever you want. So, the Wayward Bloom is actually from the divine inspiration of the Verdant King. So, only members of the Viridian Order would be able to learn how to create Wayward Blooms because that's a guarded secret.
Okay,
I would
are
hope
they
so.
able to create through just magic, or do they need certain materials?
All magic needs materials and creatures, pretty much.
Okay.
Everything is
So do you
powered by
need-
creature essence. So basically, creature essence is like a fuel, and mana of humans is like the catalyst. So in order to grow a Wayward Bloom, you would need a hefty amount of like plant and fairy essence.
I could imagine that could basically add to the philosophy of the world, how the ability of humans and creatures when come together to create great and terrible things combined with their typical animosity toward each other makes me wonder if like some people think that humans and creatures like shouldn't mix at all, because like Conjuring's pretty new, right? There'd probably be at least a few people who are anti-Conjuring.
Yeah, Gideon.
Oh yeah, my boy, Gideon the bigot.
Now, Gideon is the fourth member of the Viridian Order, or rather the fourth leader that I have not drawn yet. But his backstory...
I gotta go for a second, guys. I'll be back.
Okay.
You just pretend like I'm still here, or pretend I'm not, whichever is easier.
Fight on.
But Gideon's backstory is that he was very much anti-creatures. Until the Duke got into his ear and convinced him otherwise. Duke Arthur Oakthorn. And eventually he changed his mind and became a conjurer. Before that, he was basically a creature hunter who basically dedicated his life to exterminating problematic creatures.
So a good analog would be like a Witcher from the titular series of the same title.
I guess.
Except he's made the critical error of turning his back on his hatred. Oh man.
I've never played The Witcher, but he's a monster hunter.
Oh, you can't say that around me. Oh, my heart skips a beat. Oh, those are good words.
Yes, that is a common trope in practically every piece of fantasy. So yeah, he is that thing, basically.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I'll never get tired of that trope. It's my favorite trope. I love just the dude who beats the crud out of the environment. Whether that's like out of greed, out of spite, out of anger is the best. Just look at Doom, right?
Yeah, screw the environment.
It's great. I love it. Need more of those characters. It's a trope that we don't have enough of, I think.
I do
I'm
wish
happy.
there were more games that revolved around just monster hunting.
Oh, I got good news for you. You're only gonna need one.
I got bad news for you. I don't really care for action games all that much.
Oh man, dude, I'm so sad. What would your ideal monster hunting game look like?
You know, pretty much any game is fun when you play it with friends. So maybe if you hold my hand, I'd be willing to give it a try. But
If you pick up Monster Hunter on a sale, I would play Monster Hunter with you. I would feel bad though, because as two adults, timing anything is impossible.
this is true.
But man, you're right. It is fun with friends. However, like I wouldn't want anyone to play an action game if they don't like action games. But it makes me wonder what your ideal monster hunting game looks like if you're not in it for the action and like vigor of hunting a monster.
Most of my taste in games can be summed up as Battle Brothers butt.
Wait, so you're like you want what is it? Like an XCOM Battle Brothers-esque turn-based strategy monster hunting game?
Yeah. If there is
Oh
a
my-
Monster Hunter game in that format, I'd be so down. You don't even know.
I don't know
'Cause,
how
like-
you would do that.
All the freaking games that are kind of in that vein these days are all freaking roguelikes. There's no
Yeah.
long-term commitment or progression or anything. It's just like, okay, go here and fight till you die. Like, oh, thanks.
Right.
But Battle
Like,
Brothers,
most of the
Battle Brothers has like the permadeath and the randomization and all that and all the fun
Mhm.
roguelike elements. But it doesn't make you start over like after every 30-minute run. You can actually have a long game going with Battle Brothers.
Right.
Dingus is in chat saying Monster Hunter is fun, only played one, but he enjoyed it. Hard for him to get him to himself. Yeah.
Is he saying that he only played one Monster Hunter as in the Monster Hunter? Or one Monster Hunter as in one installment of Monster Hunter? Because depending on which installment it is, I'm so sorry.
I'd
But if
assume
you-
one installment, because I have played a Monster Hunter. I think I played the 3DS one.
Try, right?
I don't
Trial's
know,
great.
man.
Could you go underwater?
I
is my
don't know. I
question.
don't think I played that far. Even if
Aw, man.
I got bored.
Oh man.
I got bored just doing hack and slash. It's boring to me.
Oh, my heart.
That's the
No,
thing about
I
me.
can understand it.
If I'm button mashing something, I fall asleep. But if I'm engaged in high level tactical planning, then I'm like
I'm gonna be that
super
guy,
focused.
right?
That guy, okay. Let's
Monster
be that guy.
Hunt, the first 30 hours of Monster Hunter are pretty boring. But
first
the next
30 hours, that's-
500 are lit.
That's
They
the
are
whole
so
problem.
good.
That's the whole problem there. The first 30 hours. Not so great.
Yeah, like you get to a point in the game where your mistakes are punished so heavily that the only
Man,
way to make
Get closer to your mic.
consistently. Sorry, I'm reeling at this news.
Okay, I turned you up
Um,
an extra 50% and you're still coming in low.
And I'm sorry. I'm a quiet person. I'm just a little meek.
It feels good to not be the one with my troubles right now.
You
Whoa,
always have
my
mic
mic is
troubles. We're just
crisp
dealing
as
with
hell. I'm just quiet.
it. This is the case. Kohath has immaculate audio all the time. He's just doesn't have a loud voice. So we're gonna turn him up even more.
I totally forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, you're punished so heavily that you can't afford to not go in with a solid strategy. So it gets to the point where proper planning and stuff is a requisite actually. Until you get good in the Dark Souls fashion, and then you just go around punching stuff with your fists. In which case, you've earned it.
do they allow you to restart easily, or is it try to make it tedious to make them more punishing for each death?
I mean, it feels bad when you die in Monster Hunter. Like it's not fun. Like you've lost your most precious and valuable resource, which is time off your life. But it's not so bad.
That is something I don't like.
I guess the problem with roguelikes is that at the end of the roguelike, if it's like proper, then you have nothing to show for it, regardless of whether you've won it or lost it.
Yeah.
It's exclusively just a time sink.
Yeah, the only time I kind of like roguelikes is when there's something like Noida.
Noida's weird.
Noida's
interesting.
It's just fun. It's just a fun thing to do. I don't really feel committed to it, and I don't feel like I want to do more with it.
Yeah, there's a special chaos to Noida that makes it enjoyable for like 20 minutes at a time.
Dingus says he played Ultimate Hunter Generations on 3DS. Does not ring a bell. That must be a different one than what I did.
I had that one. It was good. That was a good Monster Hunter.
Isn't there like a Pokemon version of Monster Hunter on 3DS?
Yeah, we don't talk about it.
What?
Us Monster Hunter fans don't talk about Monster Hunter stories.
Monster Hunter stories? Oh wait, is this like a JRPG?
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking it was like a Pokemon game in the in the style of Monster Hunter, the way he talked about it.
So
no,
it's
a Monster Hunter game in the style of Pokemon.
Yeah, so you get your monster friends and you do the whole JRPG thing, but we don't talk about it. It's
I can see why. JRPGs are trash. Certified dice bag opinion.
There's also the moral quandary, where in one game you're really good friends with your creatures, and the other game you just murder them on sight. So there's kind of like a disconnect there. Like if you're gonna be playing both games, or even in trying to get kids into Monster Hunter by introducing to that game, you're gonna have to have some cognitive dissonance to continue.
Well, I can explain this, right? As a massive Monster Hunter fan, right? You're not there because you want to murder the monsters. You're just an environmentalist that's trying to protect the ecosystem. And in order to protect the ecosystem, you have to destroy entire generations of monster species over the course of like several weeks.
So they're invasive species?
Unironically, yes. Like the monsters are basically the equivalents of bullfrogs in Australia.
Or pigs in the US.
Exactly. They're just like tumbleweeds ravaging the land for like no reason.
Tumbleweeds?
Yeah, you know, like the ones that tumble.
Yeah, but never seen a tumbleweed ravage the landscape.
Have you ever been like... Oh, go ahead.
Have you ever seen those news stories where entire towns were covered in tumbleweeds?
No.
They're like tumbleweed mountains.
They're not good. Apparently, they're originally German, and some knucklehead was like, "All right, let's bring over all these tumbleweeds. The Americans are gonna love this," and then they just became the single most invasive flora in the North American continent.
Okay, so showing my ignorance, tumbleweeds are like a specific plant. They're just not a phenomenon of things that brambles that get together and tumble around.
Yeah, tumbleweeds are a specific
like
plant, and their mechanism of reproduction is tumbling.
Okay.
That's a great
So
sentence.
that's their version of the dandelion flowering petal things that drift around.
Precisely.
Those are invasive too. Come to think of it, there are a lot of invasive species in
They're
America.
weeds.
Yo, dandelions are nice. I
Dandelions
think
are
we've been
nice,
too harsh on dandelions.
but they're weeds.
They
choke
all right,
things out.
We have common ground.
They stick out of the concrete.
There's a certain beauty.
Nothing,
raw,
nothing grows out of concrete
unadulterated
that's not a
strength.
weed.
You know you can eat dandelions?
Yeah, I
I
have
turned
heard
them into
that.
tea.
Oh, no wonder we got a dandelion simp here.
Hey, you know what? I will simp for the dandelion. If dandelions have 1 million fans, I am one of them. If dandelions have 1 fan, it is me. If dandelions have no fans, it means that I have expired.
Well,
You know,
dandelion
whoever
is going to
created
be the new
that-
creature.
You know, whoever created the myth that blowing on a dandelion makes a wish must have either really liked dandelions or really hated his neighbors.
Yeah, it was me. Both were true.
You know what? Why isn't there a dandelion Pokemon? Oh, well,
Is there not?
I don't think so. I was going to say sunflower, but that's a sunflower.
No,
Yeah.
Jump
Maybe
up.
there are no dandelions in Japan.
they're Jumpluff.
Jumpluff?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like one, though. Like, it does the floaty
Yeah,
thing, but it doesn't look like one.
I can see it, but it kind of just looks more like cotton than dandelion.
Yeah.
There already is a cotton one named that.
And plus,
Is
there's the
it-
obvious
yeah.
pun of a dandelion. So
Well, the
obviously,
Japanese, they didn't have that time.
well, they
You
can
are
translate.
correct, I reckon. Nah, Japanese people would never.
I have heard that the Japanese don't understand like sarcasm or something like that.
That's not true. There's no way that's true. I spent a solid chunk of time in Japan. I was either incredibly rude and nobody told me, or they understand sarcasm.
Okay.
Goodness. Swablu is a good Pokemon. I'm just gonna throw that out there real fast.
Yeah,
This
well,
guy?
if we're talking about puffy Pokemon, I'm a fan of Whimsicott myself.
Did you know that the Whimsicott and Cottony, they're not only cotton, they're also based on sheep, and also the mythological creature of the zoophyte, a plant that basically grows an animal. When they heard that medieval people heard that cotton came from a plant, they imagined like a plant stalk with a sheep growing out of it. Like, I'm serious, it was just like a sheep
That
suspended
could be
in
a
the air
creature's plant.
by a plant stalk.
You already have the chicken tree, dude.
It's not a chicken tree, it's a hive.
I'm sorry.
It's a hive
I-
that spawns nuggets.
I know we just talked about death of the author. However,
You
your entire audience is
you-
going to
you
refer to
would
it as a
support
chicken
it?
tree.
Oh, that's okay. If it's a colloquial thing.
Whimsicott is
Uh,
Whimsicott is cute. I'll give that to you.
Whimsicott is a badass. He
Is
eats
it?
dragons for breakfast.
Wait, what do you mean he eats dragons for breakfast?
He's fairy type now.
It's a grass fairy type.
Yeah. He also
Oh,
What's
has...
the ability Prankster?
Whimsicott's also got an ability called Cotton Guard, which literally
Prankster.
it raises your defense by 3 stages.
I haven't played Pokemon in so long. I don't know
Aw.
what that means. You just
Hey.
told me that this thing eats dragons for breakfast.
IronAge
It's the
Media is
cutest
in
thing
the
I've ever
YouTube chat. Hey there. Yeah, chicken trees. I've got an oddball setting here. Chicken trees are not what they actually are, but they kind of look like it.
The second IronAge Media, the second you see this tree, you're gonna be like, all right, I get it. I understand why they called this a chicken tree.
It's not a tree. It's too small to be a tree. It's more like a bush.
All right, fine. The
IronAge.
chicken shrub.
IronAge, think of like a beehive, but little chickens come out of it.
But it's not a coop. Like, it's not a chicken coop by any means.
It's a beehive shaped like a chicken that has tiny little chickens coming out of it.
You ever worry sometimes that you make something in like full humility? You just put your product on the line, and then the people who you've made it for are just going to, not get it at all.
Never.
Yes.
All right.
That's like number one fear on it, if we're being honest.
Me too, I was just lying.
It's become too real. The drumstick tree, the fruit. I would be worried about the drumstick tree personally. That sounds like a recipe for food poisoning. Unless the drumsticks are raw, in which case it also doesn't sound great, but sounds a little bit better.
Well, the thing is, wait, drumstick tree, is that some other thing, or are you referring to the chicken tree that you're talking about? The chicken hive?
I'm referring to IronAge's chat.
Oh. Tree that has drumsticks hanging down like fruit. I'm trying to steer away from that with these kinds of things.
He wants to try to make it biologically possible, even with magic.
I want the biologically impossible chicken
Well,
drumstick tree.
I'm also working on the rock plants. That basically
Are
grow
they like
hard
rock
candy like
or
fruit.
just rock?
Wait, can you
Did
eat
you
the
know
hard
that-
candy?
Some of them. Like the rock plants, they have like their crystals and stuff, because it looks cool. But, as a world builder, you kind of have to think, why is that there? And I've figured out it just serves the same kind of functions that you would have like in a plant. So it's either going to be like something animals eat to carry like their seeds and their poop or something like that. So in which case that would be like a salt lick or a hard candy thing. Or it's going to be like the way you would spread pollen or something like that.
Did you know that people actually did get baking soda by mining it from the ground?
What are you on about? What are you talking about?
I'll take your word for it, okay?
Are you talking about like potash and salt? Like what? I'm at a loss.
I'm talking about baking soda, the sodium bicarbonate. They get it from the ground by sending a superheated brine down and then carried back the slurry up, and they do a bunch of stuff to purify it.
How did they figure this
Serious.
out?
I have no idea. But I watched an entire how it's made video on it, and it was great.
Technology is a weird thing, but I need to stop dilly-dallying and actually draw some faces on these things.
You should have never invited us in here.
Oh, it
We're
makes the stream more
exclusively
interesting.
distracted.
Oh, I've been going at this for like 2 hours, dang. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have. I expected to have this done, I'm still doing the line art. Oh well, I can go a little longer anyways. No skin off my nose. Just have to be up for sunrise service tomorrow. On the Easter day.
Tomorrow's the day.
Are you at
Those
least
of you
being time
who
and
are
a half?
religious, having a good time. Those of us who aren't religious, seeing lots of bunny girls. It's all good. It's a win-win.
Alright. I've literally never drawn this creature except for the concept art. That's true of most creatures, actually.
See, this is where drawing fan art of your works does come in handy.
I imagine that when you going through art, it kind of the speed at which you can produce something is multiplied exponentially by how many previous works you've done of it. So once you've drawn something 2 times, you can do it 4 times as fast because you have so many references.
Holy cow. If that were the case, I would be the fastest artist in the world. No, it takes a long time, like, to do anything. It sucks. Just like sometimes people are really fast. I don't think it has anything to do with how often they've drawn the same thing. I think some people are just better at visualizing what it is they want to create and putting it on the paper. And I think practice helps train that visualization, but it's not corollary at all. Or
I've been
chorality.
watching a lot of videos from a concept artist recently, and one of the things he does when he's like painting environments and stuff is he'll make like a sheet of just assets like trees and rocks and stuff, and he'll basically just like take that and copy and paste a whole bunch of them and warp them and paint over them and stuff just to make his art go faster.
Didn't you use that technique in the last piece of concept art you made, the one with the Petrodon?
Yeah, I literally copy and pasted some of the rock plants.
And it looked great.
It did look pretty good. Could be better though. Might take another crack at that if I have time some time. Some other time.
I've been having such a difficult time with digital art. Things have become much smoother ever since I discovered a technique where you can modify the fill tool to basically do fill based on all the layers together. And then you can just put it underneath use that underneath the line art layer, so it goes directly inside the lines, and then you can use row by 2. So when you whenever you click it, it just fills it all out completely, and it's great. So I don't have to go back every time and draw under it to like fill the line art and the color art to make sure there's no space between it.
You are preaching to the choir.
What kind of things do you guys hate the most that you found a trick to help?
Say what?
What kind of art things did you guys used to hate, but then you found like a kind of trick to make things infinitely easier?
I don't know that there's anything.
Here, I got one for you. Recently, I've been doing this thing where I will do my sketch and then I will draw the line art over it, and then I will do a mask to make it so that I can only draw within the area defined by the line art. And I've found that when making these masks, doing masks for each individual component of the piece speeds up rendering by a factor that is enough for me to be like, wow, this is much more time convenient.
That's something that might help there is using, I use Cryture, and when I have the warp tool, I can do the liquid warp that allows you to basically brush things into the shape you want.
Doesn't that destroy your like your image though? Isn't it so destructive?
It can if you don't know what you're doing. And I would not suggest that at your level of art, woo-woo. You should be drawing as much stuff as possible.
I know, it helps whenever I'm trying to like redo a piece, like I made a mistake and I don't want to have to do it over again, so I can just drag and drop.
I know that feeling, like when you draw, like when you have an arm, you draw a hand, and you notice near the end when everything's done, everything's in position, that things are just off-center by not enough that most people will notice, but it'll bother you if you can't change it.
Yep.
Oh, hi, Evergrade.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, I just popped in because I remember the link and I wanted to pop in earlier, but I forgot. How's it going?
It's going slow. I spent 2 hours drawing line art that should have only took like 1.
Sorry.
The most time efficient artist. As if I haven't been any worse with it.
Oh man,
That's a
something
real
looks
struggle.
wrong with this guy.
The real artist.
Evergreen,
You know what that looks like? It looks like an Egyptian hieroglyph's eyes, where they're both
Yeah.
facing the front,
I know.
even though it's
Kind
to
of
the side.
does.
Yeah.
like that one Among Us Egyptian god that's looking directly at the viewer.
Oh yeah, I kind of love it.
I'm
Well,
wondering
let's draw
about
the
that
rest
if-
of the face before I decide if I like it. I'm not used to seeing
is
him
the
with
thing
both
that-
eyes open.
He's enlightened.
Maybe you can
He's
give him
been
like a-
awoken.
Oh no,
Maybe you can.
he was asleep
He's
and
only
he
awake
got
over
woke.
the astral pocket. Everywhere else, he's just really sleepy. But when in the astral pocket, he's like wide awake and super hyper.
That has horror connotations I can get behind. Evergrade, did you watch the new Mario movie?
I will. I'm watching it next week with my cousin. I want to see it.
I see. I thought you would have been like one of the first.
No, I wanted to. Like literally, the only reason was because I was trying to work it out with my cousin, and I'm not the best at planning things out, so I left it up to him. And April 15th was a good date.
Gotcha.
Also, what do you mean? What do you mean that you think I'm the first? Just because I happen to draw art from a specific franchise somewhat frequently?
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Actually, how'd you know?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh man, the puppy looks so smug.
That's good. He should be smug. He's invading his personal space, quite literally. His own dreams. This little boy is a
It's-
trickster.
Highly rude.
This
Extremely
dream demon.
It might be a little rude, but he's cute, so we give him a pass.
Would you give him a pass? Like squirrels are cute, but when they're in my attic, it's.
I've
it's
never
hunting
had a
season.
squirrel in my attic, so I can't
Hey,
really
wait,
say.
this little guy is in your dream, not in your attic.
That's arguably substantially worse.
He might even be mischievous.
I mean, really, what's gonna get messed up in your dream that'll get messed up in your attic?
Yeah, you
Yo,
can
that's
fix
my
it.
Temporary.
subconscious.
I just thought of a detail you could add to Dice Bag that would make your workload 10 times worse if you had to give personality to each conjurer's creatures. That
Yeah.
would be all.
Well, the personality is kind of baked into the way the creatures are designed, rather. But yeah, as a game mechanic, that happens. But we ain't gonna represent it all.
Mhm.
You can say it'll happen, but you don't have to draw art for every personality type. Just the general that each Cryture has.
You know what? His eyes are just too big. That's part of the problem.
They're too big.
He has a case
They're
of
also-
page 5 anime.
Your eyes dilate up to 50% when you see someone you love.
When the ice shrunk, just got. I'm sorry. The way just moving them on their own throws me off so much.
I can
I'm so-
imagine just to mess with the conjurer, the pup just shifts his face just a little bit, just to give the conjurer a reminder that he's in a dream.
That would actually be perfect and and pretty scary.
Gotta kill them all. They all come back. IronAge Media said.
Yeah, IronAge says squirrels and addicts equals squirrel genocide. My squirrels stay in the trees. so they're all right with me.
IronAge
it
knows
Coheth
what's
or
up.
Ever?
One squirrel is a nightmare. And if there's one, there are many. They're like legion.
How many
Sorry,
nuts
I'm
do you
in
keep
and
in
out.
your attic?
How many nuts do I keep in my attic? I can't legally
Yeah.
answer that question. I'm sorry.
Hey! It's like answering your name. You have to answer how many nuts you keep in your attic first. So how many nuts do you keep in your attic, huh?
Hey, Odysee chat seems to be functioning. Somebody just sent in a token donation.
Yeah, I keep three or four, but they all pay the rent, so they're fine.
So thanks for the
Nutty.
credits, the Mapic. That'll be nice to put on the video.
I got a donation? Swordjack base?
I don't think I can soy jack with the model. I should specifically make like a soy jack animation for my face.
Just a soy jack paint.
Sure.
Just have a ping with your normal model that switches to the soy jack every time you talk.
I do need to do more stuff for my model. I haven't
Right,
updated
you
it
just
since like I put my cape on.
You have your four
You gotta
arms
get that
up
glizzy
in a
guzzling
really
emo.
uncanny way.
What? What emote, Kohath?
You said glizzy guzzling emote. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I don't think I want to.
I think it means you need a new outfit. Otherwise, you will be caught lacking, as the kids would say.
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of like little doodads floating around me or something along those lines. Something
Maybe
cool.
Rats are cool.
I mean,
Something
like,
cool that I could like put an
body
animation
software,
on. What?
like disembodied software floating around you.
Not software. More
Maybe
like laser drones.
Oh yeah.
Or some kind of magical effect. Or both.
Maybe like a moon orbiting yourself. Maybe that's not sci-fi, but something like that.
Maybe you can make like an animation where there are runes in the form of code like scroll past your eyes just to make it look really creepy.
I would say that moons are pretty sci-fi. Like, as far as I know, they're fictional. So
Oh yeah, just like birds.
exactly. I have no proof
I
that what
wish
I've
birds
been
were
told
real.
is a moon is a moon. So
Oh,
could be a
oh
spaceship.
really? You think a moon is real? Have you ever been there, Fivehead?
That's what I'm saying, man.
The funny idea, the thought that birds are completely fictional and made up by the government, is kind of dumb because it's all you would hit. It's much an easier assumption.
I
to
don't think
assume that
anybody
some
says it
birds are fake,
seriously,
most are
Wooloo.
real.
I think it's just
No,
a meme.
No. Wooloo's okay. Wooloo's not entirely right because the meme isn't that birds are fictional. It's that birds as we know it, or at least as Americans know it, aren't real. In that all the birds were exterminated at some point and replaced with government drones. Therefore, birds are technically not real. Though I'm not sure if that.
But wouldn't it be easier to just replace a few birds with government drones? Like
It's a
all you have to
conspiracy
do-
theory. It's not supposed to
sounds-
make sense.
Well,
Okay.
I tend to find the conspiracy theories that make the most sense are just the ones that focus on just focus on just telling a lie instead of going through the efforts of fabricating a lie physically.
You're just going through as many steps as possible just to make people think you can sincerely believe what you're talking about and aren't crazy.
Yeah, my favorite
the same
conspiracy theory is that everything will be okay.
I still believe that one.
Well, that sounds pretty realistic.
So I'm
you know-
gonna
yeah.
post the hot dog thing I was talking about, don't click on this if you don't want to be looked at weird. It's not NSFW or anything. It is just strange.
Hot dog. This is way
I
back in
see
the
the thumbnail. I can
conversation.
already imagine how it's going to be. Oh, it's a VTuber asset. That explains everything.
Like that hamburger VTuber?
There's a hamburger
Mm.
VTuber? Excuse me?
Oh yeah,
Where's the
yeah, there
bun?
is
Hamburger VTuber.
a 3D. Is
Where's
he
the
Japanese?
bun?
Because I remember seeing a
he's
Smash reaction
Japanese.
with a 3D Japanese hamburger. Like it's not like it wasn't a 2D live. I think it was more like kind of like a
think he was
puppet
one of the first
animation.
I think he was one of the first VTubers.
One of the finally a good VTuber.
Hey,
Finally, a
Not
VTuber I
talking
can
about
sink
my
my
American
teeth into.
That's almost as good as that really talented dice bag guy.
there you go.
Dice bag,
But,
my son.
my
He is very sick.
my question was not answered. Where's the bun?
Oh, well, you see, dude, I really need just like a white noise or like a buzzing sound so that I can say something and then censor myself out mid-sentence.
Oh,
Okay.
is
I
this
could
a
answer-
stand-in for
I can't
something
answer
else?
you.
I got it. Don't say anything. I
Typically,
get it,
you would
and
not
I-
use a bun for this unless you're just like a real silly man or woman,
Oh.
which would probably be really funny. I think actually, the more I think about it, the more.
Okay,
fun.
I'm watching the actual video
Yeah,
and I
let's
see
move
what you're
on.
talking
Let's move
about.
on. I, think
I
we
was
should
just
probably
going
should
by
move on
the
to topic.
thumbnail. But yes, I see this as an entire animation.
Indeed.
I'm not looking
And it's
clicking on it.
definitely something that you would put out there.
What do you mean? They're just really enjoying that sausage.
Yeah. And it's
I'm
very
sorry.
mouth
I
detailed.
apologize.
Don't worry, it's funny. Anything's permissible as long as it's funny.
Okay, so let's have a palate cleanser to this conversation. It was good and
Like,
all lasted, but I
Some
think
milk.
You just
let's
made it
have
weird
another
again.
palate cleanser to this conversation.
Actually, Okay.
What's
So,
your proposition? What's your palate cleanser? What do you want
what
to
have
talk
you guys
about?
been drawing recently?
Yeah, I'm busy drawing faces. It's
All right.
You
I
guys
can't
have
be
to
a
deal
part
with
of this
the
palate
terms.
cleanser anymore.
That doesn't look like
I
a soy
think-
jack to me, dice bag.
He's not supposed. When did I say he'd be a soy jack? I said I needed a soy jack face for my model.
Oh, I didn't know you drew anything besides soy jacks.
If there
What
Are
were,
you
does that
looking at
mean?
the stream?
I am now, but I may have removed my glasses.
You're confusing this man for Wolf Steel, who has
if there
produced
was
an
one character,
outstanding amount of content in recent months.
He's
I
been a busy
know.
boy.
Yeah.
if there was one character that would do a soy jack that would in Creatures, that would be Marco Underland. I don't know why he just strikes me that way.
I'm not working on anything like very dedicatedly. What are you up to, Evergrade?
I just noticed the
I've been
music turned off.
I've been on and off. I kind of took a break, and I've been having a little trouble getting back into things. I do, but I haven't been very dedicated to a single project, which I need to. I do want. I have a few things in mind. I'm trying to work on an avatar for myself, and even if it's just text, I want to revamp my page, including my commission sheet.
What are your current
Actually-
ideas for avatars?
I've actually. I'm gonna keep it in the chat. But I actually had. But I'll post in the art. Archdump. I've actually been drawing this guy for a while. It's kind of a weird idea, and the idea is that if I quote unquote make it big, I might be able to do other stuff with him because I am kind of interested in VTuber lore vaguely. But for now, it's just a unique look I have in mind.
Wait, what do you mean you're interested in VTuber lore?
I keep track of that stuff and look it up occasionally. It's really just fluff mainly, I know, but it's fun to look into.
So is this a VTuber you're making?
That's the dream. Yeah, that's I guess the dream, but it's just a night. But it's just a concept.
You don't have to be coy about it. You're talking to one right here.
I know I can, but I kind of associate VTubing directly with streaming, and I need to at least know. I do at least want to make an avatar for myself and try out a few things.
Okay. Well, lots of people. There's like people who say they're V artists now, and I'm not sure what that all entails. But I've seen people on Twitter.
I draw tons of V's.
I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
You know,
you don't draw V's. You draw D's.
You're right. But
Okay.
it was the joke was just right there.
Okay, technically, most VTubers should be classified as V streamers. My hot take for the day.
Hey, Dicebag, you have quite a bit of experience with VTubing. Do you have any advice for Evergrade?
No. Do I have a million subs or something?
You got more subs than me, buddy.
I guess, but it's not like
you are more.
I've been doing it for like 2 years, and I have like max maybe. Odysee is pushing 200 subs. That's as good as it gets.
Well, pro tip, Evergrade: make sure your mom is your first subscriber. People love all that sappy story.
I would unsubscribe from you.
I don't have a sappy story I'm showing the avatar I have in mind, which probably need more work, a little more work on the coloring, but I like the direction. And the colored. Okay, no, I'm doing the black and white because it shows it. I have in mind.
You should just do it.
I know. I
if
just
you want to do it. Just like start up a stream, use OBS, and just stream some, and just don't worry about what happens. It's great.
That's what I want to do. Like,
yeah,
it's not that I'm opposed to like trying streaming at least. It's that I don't want to go all the way into just making a model if I don't have my heart in it. Okay, I posted the idea I have in the art dump.
Is that the Death Note?
No.
I honestly thought that this was Dale Daiquiri Pop for a second.
Is that a compliment?
Good, it is actually.
I appreciate. I don't want to go into too much detail on the screen, but yeah, this guy takes a ton of inspiration from Soul Eater, and if you've read the manga and you see that and you look at the book, you can probably guess another idea I had. Idea for a reference from Soul Eater.
Yeah, I definitely see Soul Eater in that.
What's written on his shirt?
Oh, I've actually got a bigger. No. I've actually been drawing a bunch of him because it's not nonsense. I do have some stuff.
I don't think we assume it's nonsense.
Oh wait!
Thank you for picking up on that, Dice.
No, I see what Kohath is picking up on.
Okay, no, it's not. But okay, it kind of is silly. It's
oh no,
it's silly.
Look at his teeth and look at the top.
Oh, thank God.
What did you think was there?
All we can see is GER. Use your imagination.
Honestly, I'm with Evergrade on this one. And I'm as innocent as a dove, and I do not want you guys to spoil that.
Wolf Steel has ruined me, dude.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are on the internet. You should know better.
Yeah, I should, but Okay, never mind. GER, I knew what you were thinking.
Oh, now
No,
you
it's
get
good
it?
though. It looks good.
Thank you.
I like large buttons on the
That's-
cargo shorts.
I'm glad you could tell that those were shorts. I've had this weird fascination with sweatshirts and shorts. I always thought they just looked so cool.
I'm gonna be honest
You know
with you. I
about
did
the-
not realize that they were shorts. I just saw that they
You
were
know about the world
probably
industry?
cargo, and cargo pants are inherently ridiculous. So
Well,
I
these are shorts, so they're at least 20% less ridiculous.
No, cargo shorts are great, right? Like you get the carrying capacity of pants, but
My-
the comfort of shorts.
my
Like it's min-maxing your
people.
attire.
Finally, someone with taste.
It reminds
I don't
me of the
think they
style
look
of the
good.
world ends you.
But it is min-maxing.
Hmm. Yeah. You can kind of see the soul eater in this because I probably won't go as nuts with it, but with the shading, I threw in a ton of line work.
So, is there any lore behind his hair?
Just messy. Just a messy
actually-
dude.
Is there lore behind Goku's hair?
Well, yeah, you see, he goes Super
Yeah,
Saiyan.
there is.
Boom.
No,
I'm not
there-
talking about that
But
version.
a Saiyan's hair stays the same length since birth.
It stays the same no matter the angle, too.
Wait, is that actual Dragon Ball lore that you just dropped on us?
Yes,
Right there?
it is.
Yeah,
It is. It's true. That's
Wait,
why it's.
which is
That
why
doesn't
Dragon
work
Ball
with
GT
Saiyan.
was such an abomination.
Could you imagine Vegeta's mom?
Because
That would have been
there's-
like a porcupine, dude. That would suck.
I'm sure it's not hard, Koheth.
You know what? You're right. But like,
Have
it's
you
sti-
felt his hair?
It's not styled like that. Like, it just maintains that kind of shape.
I think there are 4 or 5 anime characters with wild hair that have it in their lore that they gel it. Everything else is just natural.
Are you guys familiar with King of Fighters, the fighting game?
Yes. Kind of.
Vaguely, I know of
Are you-
it.
There's a character in there named Benimaru, who has, alternatively, another good example, Paul from Tekken, and Guile from Street Fighter, all have the worst
And John
haircuts
Player
on the
Porter.
planet.
Like crew cut to the extreme.
That's no way to talk about the #1 family man.
Listen, he can be a family man and still look awful.
He's got dad hair.
No dad I've ever seen in my life has that hair. Show
I
me a
think-
father with that haircut.
He's trying to be hip and with it with the kids.
You wouldn't have joined the Air Force.
No, you're
You-
right.
Guile's a wild dude.
I was got the haircut of a guy from the Navy.
America.
Also, I want to clarify, Guile doesn't look bad, it's just his haircut. Guile looks great. So are you going to go through all the rigmarole of rigging that up to be a functioning like model?
Maybe someday. I gotta push myself to take the first steps of just updating my social media with them, because I'm just trying to think of a good pose for him as like just a standard profile, because he's got a nice face, but I want to practice with him more, because I kind of like that it's pretty easy to make him look kind of weird and ugly, but I need to do it intentionally. And the goal would be like just to make him kind of give him a good smile to represent me. That he looks kind of weird, but he looks kind of sincerely nice. That's the angle. And I'd also want to have a more complicated idea for the banner, which basically involves him scrawling in that book, because the lore, so to speak, is that the guy who's an avatar for an artist is an artist. It's a sketch.
I mean, it checks out.
Also, the sketchbook is alive, and there may be other things too.
Yeah, I've crunched the numbers, and that checks out. What
Yeah,
do you
of
mean the sketchbook is alive?
What? I didn't say anything.
All right. No,
Good,
yeah,
okay.
no. Back to
Yeah, 'cause,
square one. Checks out.
I've actually, because part of the reason I want to take it a little slow is because I do have some really wild ideas, and I don't want to jump into them all at once.
Well, I'm over here
Well,
deciding that I should have just done Julian's entire outfit instead of trying to make him dress down because I want the cape flying by.
The Cape Buddies.
Just to update people on the state of the artwork.
oh yeah, that's what we're here for.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So Nimtup's cape, when you look inside, does it just look like a window into a starry night, or is it just like a bunch of bright dots on a cape?
You're coming through really low again.
Okay, so Nimtup's cape, does it just look like a window into another reality of a starry sky, or are they just like dots on it, bright dots on a cape?
Oh, that's a starry sky, definitely. Yeah.
So, can you touch the inside of Nimpup's cape?
I don't know. Maybe.
It'd be kind of cool if the Nimpup could display a person's astral pocket when they wanted it, when the conjurer wants to show it to someone.
That would be a neat little feature.
Sounds perfect
That
if
way
someone
people
wants to check their horoscope.
Do horoscopes exist in creatures?
Not really.
Okay, good. Horoscopes are silly. Already more based than real life. Crytures.
Alright. You can go, Evergrade, sorry.
I was just gonna say, capes are funny to draw.
They are. They're weird.
Like clothes in general, it's I guess kind of a bit of an organized chaos to how it flows.
Because they always go behind themselves and stuff.
Yeah, in and out, sort of like curtains, and to get them dynamic, you have to emphasize more motion.
It's a great visual tool
Yeah,
for emphasizing motion.
yeah, it helps make things more dynamic. Like without the cape, he has a nice pose, but the cape adds a bit more feeling of motion to it. Like there's more going on.
Yeah. That's why I decided to go through the trouble of putting it back in.
No, it's well worth it. Even though I know it can be. It's a labor of love.
It'll look good in the book. Okay, that looks alright.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's the correct angle, I think. More or less.
Who says you don't need capes?
You always need capes. Screw the Incredibles, they were wrong.
It's awesome. And I assume that it's also a practical element of attire to wear because back then they couldn't make hoodies.
I guess.
A cape acted like a cloak, right? It kept the person warm in the cold.
Yeah.
And also acted as an identifier. I was been listening to an audiobook for the original Robin Hood, and they quite a few times, and they use a cloak as basically a shorthand way of verifying someone's identity. So one of the things, Robin Hood exchanged his cloak with an old woman, and that was enough to fool the corrupt bishop looking for him into thinking that he was actually an old lady. Well, the old lady far off was in Robin Hood's cloak, and that made the villain think that the old lady was Robin Hood.
So it can be like a status symbol too.
Yeah.
Cool.
You know how the term falsehood is actually derived from the idea that people of different professions would wear different hoods. So if someone was pretending to be an official or a scholar, they would wear a fake hood as a symbol of their status, of whether they were poor or rich. And when somebody was doing that, it would be called a falsehood. Also, this term also applies to similar things like priesthood. Back then, the priest would wear a kind of hood, like you see graduation gowns. It also applied to that as well.
Interesting.
I still don't like the way that folds in some way. Like it doesn't have the proper depth or something.
I think, yeah, I see what you mean. I think that looks good, but at least one more fold going in and out and leading up into the cape would help add to what you see in it.
I wonder if you can add like a fading effect to imply that when a person is in their astral pocket, they can basically lucid dream their clothes away or to them. So with a thought, they can make sure to put their cape on or take it off, like have it materialize or dematerialize inside their astral pocket.
It seems like a lot of work.
That does seem like a lot of work. It also seems like I'd have to alter the line art again to get that to work. We don't have to represent every feature of everything in every piece of art.
What do you mean?
Right now we're focused on an airborne canine. As the prompt says.
Do you think the prompt
Thanks
was
again,
originally like airborne as opposed to like flying airborne?
I don't know. I don't really care, honestly. I
Like
have
the
an
glory of
airborne
it.
canine, and I'm gonna draw it.
Basketball. I can imagine Nimpup playing basketball, and what he just does, he just floats the ball in through the hoop a bunch of times.
There's no rule that says a Nimpup can't play basketball, actually. So he's in there.
Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise, Nimpop. You can be balling like the rest of them.
Has he got those new 4Gs on the G?
What?
I see. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
It's okay,
Okay.
Goeth. I don't even have 1G.
Oh man.
My phone has
Switch your cell
4Gs.
provider.
Okay. You want to brag any harder, Woo?
Woo, please brag harder.
Bet you touch
I'm
grass
joking, I
too.
don't have
Winner.
Touch grass. As if I don't touch grass every time I walk out the freaking door. People who
Couldn't afford a
come up with
sidewalk.
these sayings clearly live in cities. Not only do I touch grass, I touch bush.
Like senior or junior?
Flower.
Oh,
Like
dear.
the one outside my window.
Like from inside the house?
Do you
No.
leave the house to touch it?
Well, I have to leave the house. It's outside.
Well, if it's close enough, you can just like poke your hand out, just kind of like caress the bush a little bit.
I could, but
Bring
I'd
your
have
hand
to
back
actually
in.
open the window.
Oh, you won't stoop to that.
No.
It is a
That's
massive
a hassle.
effort. I don't blame you.
Then you'd have to, but then you have to sit up, push out your chair, walk it up to the window, and open it. And that's
What are your thoughts on
the effort.
indoor plants?
And you don't get art done by doing that.
It's true.
Yeah.
Massive time sink. Inefficient. No good.
Whenever I go for walks, I like to bring my phone and just take really close-up pictures of all the plants I come by, and it's really good for spring because when you get up really close, you start seeing how weird plants are. Certain plants are, like you see the way certain leaves are shaped, or the way that have you guys heard of honeysuckle? How you can
I've heard of it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's basically a flower where you can basically pick off the petals like wholesale, and then you have a little drop of nectar that you can just put into your mouth, and it tastes great, like candy.
Really? That's new.
Yeah.
Like a rock
It's actually
plant.
very old.
It's new to me. Therefore, it's new. In general.
The simulation has updated. I'm guessing.
Honeysuckle
The
has been
concept of a
ancient until I knew
honeysuckle
of
bothers
it.
me.
What?
Why?
I don't know. It's just like I like fruits. I like vegetables generally. However, the concept of just taking a plant and not eating the plant, but instead eating the thing that was left on the plant by bugs, it makes me uncomfortable a little bit.
Do you eat honey?
Left
I
by
thought that-
bugs.
Yeah, but like bees aren't like real bugs, you know? They're like bugs plus. They're like
It is
special
the-
bugs.
Honey
They're a
is the
hive
most
organism.
delicious
Hear
of all the
about,
bug vomit.
Did you hear about the one place in, I think, Africa where they have these things called honey ants? And these ants like store their nectar in their what's the back part? It's not the abdomen.
I know.
It was-
I know what you. The thorax.
They just pop in
Yeah,
the thorax and they just pop it into your mouth.
Wait,
I know that.
hold on. All right, I can't be here, you guys.
It's
The
it's
jokes set
real.
themselves up too well. It seems cool though. So you can just like reach your hand into an ant hive and then pull out a bunch of honey. Is that what I'm hearing? Or is that like
ants
hell?
that you eat like honey? Eat the bugs. You know,
Bigot.
I actually always wanted to try grasshopper, but then I was fully turned off from the idea when it became popular. Like, I don't want to eat bugs if everybody's telling me I'm going to eat bugs because it's weird. When it's not, if people are saying that it's good to eat bugs, then I'm not going to do it anymore. Well, now I don't want to.
Remember when eating bugs was cool?
No.
Yeah.
Then the government said it would forced everyone to do it.
Wait, what? I didn't get this memo yet. Is it already time?
I mean, they're pushing it really hard.
I will say that on the East Coast especially, cockroaches make me so mad that I want to eat them out of spite.
Why don't you just step on them?
Just like as the ultimate move of
They
vengeance.
survive that. They survive that and come out the other end.
You
You
might
still
be
want to
right,
do it? You still want
but
to
I
do it?
want them to suffer. Like I want them to know that I have beaten them as an apex creature, and they should stop entering my house. So I get it.
What I learned from watching this movie Atlantis, if you're gonna eat a bug, you have to eat their head first so they don't try to crawl out, so they can only crawl into your stomach.
Cockroaches can survive without their heads.
Yeah, but
but
only
they
for like a
can't
week when they get thirsty.
Survive the like hydrochloric acid bath that is the human's like reactor.
I
Like,
wouldn't want to
Imagine
take any
a
chances.
where the cockroach mixes the esophagus entirely and instead just starts living in your lungs, and then one day when the time is right, a bunch of cockroaches that were breathing in your lungs for who knows how long
Oh,
start crawling
God.
out and taking over your body.
You know what? If that happens, well, then the cockroach has won. You know, honestly, GG.
That's like
I'm-
actual horror right there.
like I'm no longer mad or upset or angry. The cockroach was just better. Like like if I put it on a pan, if I've sizzled it up, if I've thrown some soy sauce on there, if I'm having a good time in the kitchen, I eat the cockroach and then it just like starts a family inside of me. Okay, you know what? I give up. I wasn't meant for this world anyways.
Me and my family of cockroaches.
Also, that is a character from Naruto. I'm pretty sure.
Shino?
The bug man. Yeah.
I know. Oh no, anime came up with the Bugman first.
I can imagine a sitcom of a man being controlled by a bunch of insects, and he's trying to live a normal life without letting anybody on that they're just a bunch of insects piloting a corpse.
Oh
You know,
wait,
It's probably
not,
an SCP.
So I would argue that I am controlled by insects, not in like a way that is beneficial to the insect, but in the sense that if I see an insect that I'm not expecting to see, my initial reaction is to kill. And in this
That's
way,
a
the
continuous
insects are
response.
controlling me.
That is the proper response.
Continuous response.
we talked about a man made of insects, and I remembered Oogie Boogie from The Nightmare Before Christmas.
He really
I-
did just have a bunch of bed bugs in him, didn't he?
He's a bag of bugs.
Man, I wish that were me.
The peak male fitness. That is Oogie Boogie. This is the ideal male form. Bigots.
Full of bugs.
The
Would you-
real bug man.
Would you rather
Are
be
there
filled
any-
with bugs or pilk?
What the heck is pilk?
Pepsi milk.
I don't want to know.
Oh, Pepsi milk. That doesn't sound
Also,
as
like
bad to me
eggnog?
as it's probably intended to. It just sounds like a root beer float, but something else.
So
Didn't Rocky eat eggnog that one time, or was that just a raw egg in water?
I don't think eggnog is a raw egg in water. That sounds awful.
Yeah, isn't that in Rocky? Where they make a shake with a raw egg.
I thought he
I've heard
just
of
like
that, but
down
I
the
didn't know if
eggs.
it was in Rocky.
He's gonna get
All I
salmonella,
remember
dude.
all I remember is the VeggieTales parody where Poggrace did the same thing and really goes, "You expect me to eat that? Of course not. Scramble them." So then they scramble the egg and he has to drink it down.
I didn't see that one. That must have been
Do
a
you
newer VeggieTale.
What's one
Uh,
food that you would never drink after like blending it? Because like I could imagine drinking like a beef smoothie. I could
Ugh.
not imagine drinking like a scrambled egg smoothie.
I can't.
Scrambled egg.
You know what? I just can't with goy slop.
What is that?
I don't like this stuff where it's just a bunch of stuff mashed up in a slurry. I've tried it.
Aw,
Like we had, I like the Jimmy Dean's like breakfast bowls things, and I was like, oh, their breakfast tacos seem like they're basically the same thing, so I got one, and I tried to eat it, but it wasn't the same thing because the breakfast bowls have like actual food in it. The breakfast burritos, they're just like a slurry wrapped in a burrito shell. And that it like made me gag. I can't handle
yeah,
that
you're
stuff.
not supposed to like acknowledge what's on the inside of the shell.
I can't help it. It is what it is.
So if that's the rule you're going with, what is your take on the Dorito tacos? The taco with the Dorito shell?
I haven't tried any.
It
But-
sounds unpleasant.
Yeah, kinda. Like, why would you want a whole why would you want to get Dorito dust on your hands from an entire taco shell?
I'm not even worried about the dust.
No,
it just
it-
sounds sharp.
I just remember I remember a Taco Bell promotion where they made like a Dorito taco.
I'm
I
pretty
remember
sure they
the
still
limited-
have those.
Yeah, I was thinking that wasn't that long ago, was it? It probably went out of circulation at some. I say circulation like you can buy it off the shelves.
I'm pretty sure they still exist.
And they're probably very shelf stable, if I had to guess.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they can hold up to 3 to 4 pounds.
Taco Bell needs to get its act together, though.
I haven't heard of Taco
I
Bell
really like the
in
nacho
years.
price they had. I really like the nacho price they had, but unfortunately they only bring it back like once a year.
Taco Bell
Vaguely remember
Tastes good to me, but the thing is, their tacos fall apart if you look at them.
Hey, I never thought of Taco Bell as like you go there for the flavor or the integrity. For me, Taco Bell was always you go there to buy like 20 tacos for $5.
You go there because you don't care about your health or your stomach. You need it.
Right,
You
you
just
have
need
an
it
active
full.
death wish.
Yeah, one of the things I really liked from Taco Bell was their burritos because I cannot stand hard tacos, so every time I got the burritos, and for some reason, in it, their refried beans always tasted so good, and I've always been trying to find out where they got them because the only place I found something similar was when I went to a Boy Scout camp at the mess hall when they had similar refried beans. I wonder what it is about them.
That seems highly suspicious.
I've never actually been to a Taco Bell. I'm just realizing that.
You should go. It's
The
alright.
most annoying thing about Taco Bell in my town, I don't know if this is how they do it everywhere, but if you go through the drive-thru, the first thing they say is, "Hi, how are you?"
Wait, why is that wrong?
Disgusting.
Why is that annoying? Hold on, what are you saying?
How dare you ask how my day is?
That's
my
such weird.
business.
That's such weird etiquette for the drive-thru. People aren't there to tell you about their day. They're there to give you their order and get on with their lives as quick as possible.
Yeah, but you know, getting their
all we have to
mental
do-
state.
I
Oh,
mean,
go ahead.
I don't think you'd go to Taco Bell's Trammell steak. Like, man, I'm really out of it. Work's not going well. Me and my girlfriend, we're hitting a rocky path. I need to go to Taco Bell.
I just need
somebody
someone
hear
to
me out.
talk to.
Just go up to the drive-through, like, and you pull your recliner up like you're going to your therapist. Like,
Hey,
okay,
Yeah.
all those psychology majors who couldn't find employment after college needed to do something.
So they
They're probably-
so
now
they
they're at
got
the
Taco,
Taco
Bell to ask people how they are.
Yeah.
so they're vastly
I think
underqualified.
they only ask you that question so you don't end up talking to your food.
The
I mean,
thing is, like, I'm practiced at ordering things in the drive-thru because, you know, introversion and social anxiety and all that. So when they get up there and I've got like my order planned out how I'm gonna say it in my head, as I always do, and then I met with, "Hi, how are you?" It's like, man, I'm not here for that. You interrupted my order. I was gonna give it right to you because you're supposed to say, "Hi, what can I get for you?" And that's what I'm gonna work off of. If they ask me, "Hi, how are you?" I'm not prepared to tell you about my day, nor do I want to.
But you gotta know the territory.
Well, you see, the
Well,
thing
well-
is, right? You just lie. You say, "I'm doing pretty good. Could I get a?" And then you just go from there.
While you were
What you
studying
need to
social
say
etiquette,
is,
I was ordering
really
fast
like a
food.
person who
Yeah.
really wants to order my food.
I've taken the step of dealing with online ordering now, just to avoid stuff like that at Taco Bell. Because when you get up,
This is
when
wild to me.
you've made the order ahead of time and you get up there and they say, "Hi, how are you?" You're like, "Hey, I'm just here to pick up an order." So you cock block them on their stupid greetings.
Fine. It doesn't sound so bad. I don't know if I would switch the way that I interact with the world because of it, but
Well, to be fair, I wasn't interacting with Taco Bell much beforehand because they're annoying. And that's
I
part of
see,
the reason.
because of the whole thing. Yeah, I gotcha. I understand.
One thing after another.
I opted
If you
for
get the
going to
chance-
like Burger King or something.
Burger King had those French fry chicken things, and those were really good.
They still have those, I think. Chicken fries?
They still have them?
Chicken
I think
fries?
the last time I went, yeah, they didn't have them, and I was sad. Or maybe they did have them, I bought them, and because they weren't as good as I remembered them as a child, I was sad. It's one of the two.
They didn't even have the taco fries when I was a child. Or the chicken fries. Taco fries, what am I talking about?
Taco fries sounds like something someone would try to make.
That's another thing. Taco Bell does not give you enough nachos when you order nachos.
I mean, the only person who's going to give you enough nachos is if you go to like a Mexican restaurant and get nachos. Like, that's the only way. Everyone else is too stingy. No respect for the craft.
This is true. They give you like a whole container of nacho cheese, but then they give you a tiny little sack of nachos.
You get three.
Yeah,
three
you get
nachos.
3
Have
nachos.
fun.
It's so weird. I feel like you'd be economic on the cheese, but just dump a bunch of cheap chips onto people.
Well,
The Taco Bell cheese is actually less expensive than the flour for the chips.
probably.
Really?
They're stingy on the meat too.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
that makes sense.
That's just a time-tested thing. Taco
Stingy.
Bell is always stingy with the meat, and then they stuff a ton of lettuce in there to make up for it.
If you haven't gone to a Taco Bell and you intend to go to a Taco Bell, you need to make sure that you go to the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell. Because there the rules are just different. The food is better. It's fire. It's real
Really?
good. Yeah. You get
Taco
yourself
Bell
a
in my
pizza
town
taco,
went out
it's
because
great.
of COVID.
So they weren't even hanging on to begin with, huh?
Well, most of the Taco Bell stuff was because they had a buffet. That's
Really?
like where Taco Bell made
Taco
most
Bell
of
had
its
a
money.
buffet.
Taco
I've
Bell had
never
a
been
taco
to-
buffet. Or not a... Wait a second, Taco Bell. Am I talking about Taco Bell?
There's no way. I've never been. I've been to a
I was talking-
combination Pizza Hut.
No,
and Taco
I was
Bell
talking
with
about
a
Pizza
buffet.
Hut. Pizza Hut is the word I'm trying to say.
I
see.
never knew Pizza Hut had a buffet either.
Yeah,
Pizza Hut had a bomb buffet, dude.
Pizza Hut
Yeah.
buffet was great, and now it's out of business. Now some other
Never
pizza
put-
place moved into the same place, and they're not
you
as
can't
good.
out Hut the Pizza Hut.
Never
can
forget what
out-pizza
they
the
took
Pizza
from
Hut.
you.
Yeah, well, Pizza Hut's out of business, and they're not.
The
Unfortunately,
curse will linger. They're not long for this world either.
they shouldn't be. They should just. I would be thrilled if there was like some kind of supernatural horror thing going on where like the new pizza place just gradually like morphed into a Taco Bell, or not a Taco Bell, a Pizza Hut. And like I was if I was the only one who understood it, I would say nothing. I would just enjoy it.
Like you've been in this town for 120 years and you've seen countless pizza joint morph into Pizza Hut.
You're living in a Twilight Zone episode, but you're not the main character who notices stuff. You're the side character who's just come to live with it.
Somebody comes to you that's like, has that Pizza Hut always been there? You're just like, yes, actually.
No,
Yeah, there's
like,
always been
no,
Pizza Hut.
no,
Everyone tells me.
it's changing like it always does. What's wrong with you?
Oh my gosh. Wow, when's the last time you've been to a Pizza Hut?
I think I haven't been to a
Pre-COVID.
Pizza Hut for the last time I was at any. Well, I've been to restaurants, but for a fast food place, the last time was with Wendy's, where they broke my heart. Where they used to have this really nice chicken sandwich, which was like, okay, it was admittedly just a giant piece of fried chicken on the sandwich, but it was good. It didn't feel too greasy. And the last time they had this weak, pathetic little patty that I could have bought at the store, and it just killed my interest in fast food entirely.
How do you feel about the mascot though? Has it killed your interest in Miss Wendy?
It hasn't killed my interest in redheads. What are you talking about?
All right, well then, no harm, no foul.
I am willing to forgive Wendy herself for her company's poor performance, to an extent.
I mean, it's a sacrifice we all make. I will say though, they have good fries at Wendy's.
I don't remember. I didn't dislike the fries, but with fast food places, I don't really like. I can't remember the last time I've gone to a place and I was like, "Oh yeah, I have to go there for the best fries." I do feel that way with the gyro place nearby, but their fries are like just baked and crispy, and it's not something you get from a fast food place. I can tell you that.
I am kind of conflicted on the concept of fries in general. However, I've been meaning to take my wife to Arby's, because my opinion is that Arby's has, well, as is in the marketing, they have the meats, but also they have the best fries on the market.
Are we talking curly fries?
We are talking the curly fries.
Yes, Arby's does have very good curly fries.
I've always been confused about how they make curly fries.
They curl them.
They take a curling iron after they cook them and have at it.
Yeah,
that's why you find so much hair in them.
They curl the fries 5 head.
Yeah, but it makes me wonder about. I'm pretty sure they use something to cut them, but speaking of that, it makes me wonder about the difference between a curling iron and a straightening iron. Like, is it just the way the iron is shaped? I guess it has to be.
Yeah, so curling iron is curled, a straightening iron is straight.
What do you? That's just incorrect. But I love it. Oh my gosh. I used to an honest answer to your question. I used to work in a place where we made curly fries, and what you do to make the curly fries is you just cut the potato in a circular fashion, and the fries curl because they're just contoured to the way you cut the potato.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. I was just trying to think of how it'd be done to a mass extent. That sounds like it would be a headache.
Oh yeah, you just put it on like a little machine and it'll cut it for you.
Yeah, definitely. I was just thinking like before the days of the factory, ye old curly fries.
You get a spinning wheel and you put the potato on that.
And if you break your finger on it, you go to sleep for 100 years.
You actually just get implanted into the ground like a potato. Rumpelstiltskin comes by and gives you a pile driver. It's insane. Oh man, potatoes are great food. 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
best vegetation, hands down.
Yeah, they're starch.
Potatoes were one of the things that created the middle class.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you heard it first, folks. We're all middle class. Thanks for doxing us.
Well, when people started cultivating potatoes in earnest, they were such an easy crop to cultivate and and they created so much food that it gave the peasants the nutrition they needed to be able to do more work. And since they were able to do that, more industry was created, which created more product, and since the Lord can do everything with product, they need people to sell, and that created the merchant class.
I'm not gonna give this to the potato as an entity, though. This seems like a lot of factors that aren't just.
That's why why the potato blight of the potato blight in was it Ireland or Scotland was actually Ireland, definitely Ireland, was so destructive because their society was basically based on the potato because that's what the one crop that they used. They used it even more than wheat because you need a lot of wheat to make a single thing of bread. But with the potato, you can just have a dinner with one potato. Boom, potato dinner.
It isn't hard to sow wheat, though, is the thing.
Yeah, but it isn't hard, but you still need a lot of land. I think one of the reasons why they used wheat is because wheat is really easy to store and it doesn't go bad. It's really hard for wheat to go bad, so it really helps them during the winter months.
Right. I mean, potatoes also don't go bad. You just get more potato, right? So, like...
Yeah, but you can cut them up and you need much less land than you do for wheat. So if you're on like a small plantation, you can get like a lot of potato for a very small amount of land.
What's your diagnosis on rice? How do you feel about rice as a crop?
I don't know what it has to do with the price of tea in China, but I think it's pretty nice.
The price of what?
The price of tea in China.
I would
Does it
assume
have to
it
do with
has
that?
nothing to do with the price of tea in China.
No, rice is used in China. I mean, the price of tea in China is a saying that where you don't know what one thing has to do with the other. So if someone goes off on a tangent, you can just say, "But what does this have to do with the price of tea in China?" Saying that you've gone so far off topic that you're not making sense.
Oh no, I'm saying in relation to you
permission.
bringing up like crop agriculture and like how difficult it is to like grow crops.
If I remember correctly, rice needs a wetland. Like you basically grow rice in a swamp, and that's really helpful for places with lots of rainfall, like India, China, or Japan. And so it should be pretty easy to cultivate. And if I remember correctly, I believe rice is believed to be one of the original ingredients for the precursor to ice cream. How in the old times people would anciently one of the precursors to ice cream was people mashing ice and rice together to create a kind of frozen snack. Marco Polo brought it back to the Americas, and I think maybe Columbus collected, or was it Marco Polo again? But one of those explorer guys got some recipes for flavored ice. People started eating it in court, and some cream got involved. I assume that's from the French because they do get that kind of thing. And boom, you got ice cream.
I wish you would have left it in the old world, if you would. I'm not a big fan of
rice. Is basically used for everything, and I'm thinking it takes the niche of not only the glutinous part that provides the carbs that is needed for hard work in the fields, but it also, I would assume with it's also. I'm also assuming that it's pretty easy to store. It's kind of like wheat in America, but with rice you can make it for all sorts of stuff. You can make mochi, you can make dumplings. Its noodles were actually spaghetti actually came from noodles from rice noodles in Japan. And like I said, that was another recipe that was brought back by Marco Polo. It seems kind of analogous to
There's
wheat.
no way.
And
You're telling me that the Italians did not invent the concept of noodles?
Yeah.
Italians are all frauds.
I can't believe this. My worldview has been turned upside down.
Marco Polo was the Chinese-aboo.
Honestly, good on him. Somebody has to be.
No one else would be.
The British were all over there just like taking stuff. Marco Polo was just like, "Hi, this is cool. I'm just gonna tell people about it."
Okay, cough that.
I'm sure he had his own things to do.
If I remember correctly, Marco Polo's journal was, I believe, recreated. I think he lost it on his travels, and had to basically recreate and collect stories from his own crewmates. By the time he got back, he was put into prison.
Wait, why was he put into prison? I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
I spaced out there for a second.
It was either him or Columbus. I keep on getting those confused, but I think he may have done something outside of his contract, so he was put into prison, but was eventually freed.
Wait, you mean like you
so.
mean freed as in like removed from force by the prison by like liberators, or do you mean freed as in let go by the authorities?
Let go by the crown. It was not.
Man, that is way less cool.
He was not a revolutionary.
I don't actually know anything about Marco Polo other than the game, which is nice. I enjoyed it.
You're talking about Marco Polo.
Marco Polo's journal is wild. There are so many things that are obviously untrue, but it's just so funny because he just collects all these stories. Like I think in stories he was talking about mermaids, and that's where the idea that mermaids came from people sailors misinterpreting manatees, and it talking about like.
That's the original record. It
No.
must be true. To make a callback to the very start of the stream.
Come on, Wooloo. Don't contradict it and let people have their fish waifu.
Yeah, we know what we all deserve. Mermaids, right? Like, we've lived on this earth for so long. There's no magic. Just let the people have their mermaid wives. It's true.
Whatever keeps someone from running into Truck-kun.
You know how they have those pods in Switzerland? Do you think Japan will... I'm sorry, it's too dark. I'm stopping. It's a little too grim.
The answer is probably yes. I hear Japan and cool. Pods.
Japan looking into pursuing Tide Pods for cleaning, naturally.
I was thinking more like Japan is very crowded.
Yeah, they have those tube hotels. Yeah, I think it's actually only Tokyo, the major cities that are crowded. Everything else is just wilderness. It's just that a bunch of people want to live in the city because that's where all the technology is congregated. Is that right? Or I could be wrong with talking about that.
Well, there's not a whole lot of land on their islands. A lot of it's volcano.
Yeah, like the most farmland I think is Chiba, and it's nice, but it's still very like there's an operation going there explicitly to make the most of the farmland that's available. Like, it's a weird place, and not for like the obvious reasons either.
Doesn't Japan still have like royal fishermen, like people who are kind of I think I remember watching this on a Persona playthrough, but they've figured that there are people who live in fishing villages for generations, and they're basically protected by the government to be able to, because they're basically subsidized by the government to keep on doing their thing of fishing.
That doesn't sound like something a government would do.
I don't know. Japan is kind of a weird place when it comes to the government.
I mean, yeah, but like...
Apparently they were able to deal with their inflation by licensing out the paper currency to a third party, while the Congress is only in charge of being able to print coinage.
Hold on, I know how this ends. This seems familiar.
I'm all for taking power away from the government, but that sounds like a whole other problem.
This sounds like our
This-
system.
That's
Oh,
what
no.
I was getting at.
Why do we have
That's what I was like,
inflation?
oh.
What's our problem?
You're right.
Federal Reserve and all
Okay.
that.
Yeah, but the thing is, because the company that prints the paper currency doesn't get extra money by printing more and more currency. So
But why
basically, they
You know?
Because that would incentivize inflation.
Yeah, but like, what's stopping them?
inflation.
Yeah, but like, why? Like, why
Are you
do
just
they
trying
care?
to get the inflation?
Well, why do they
Like-
want to make more work for themselves if they don't get anything out of it?
Well, maybe they bought like a really expensive house and they want it to be easier to pay down, so they're just like, oh, you know what, let's just crank inflation. You know?
I guess.
Like,
Japan has a lot of problems, but I don't think that inflation is one of them anymore.
I hope not. I mean, they had a really bad go of it in the last decade, so. But like the anime
Yeah,
protagonists that they are, they're clawing their way back out.
Well, if the entertainment in America keeps going the way it is, they're gonna be the next hub of entertainment if things keep going.
I don't
Oh,
know. I think
jeez.
it might be India.
India, I don't know.
All the way around.
I know.
I don't
I
think
know,
people
but
can take India seriously enough.
Just like
I'm
in
a-
general.
I only know about Indian soap operas.
I'm kind
have
of
a favorite
glad that. I'm
My
kind
main
of
point
glad
of reference
that.
for Indian soap operas is this one video of a woman washing a laptop with soap and water in the sink, hanging it up, and it ends with these dramatic zoom ups because like she's supposed to be clueless and out of it, but it's so silly on its own.
Just like India.
Yeah. Also, when I think of like stuff like American comics compared to Japanese manga, I think of this one scene in Bleach where Ichigo is just screaming, "This isn't how I wanted to win!" Because American comics have stopped trying for the most part, so manga kind of wins by default.
Kinda.
And I'm not saying like
even
they don't have
know.
good stuff, but it doesn't feel like the victory is wholly earned.
Well, to be frank, American comics have been stagnant for a very long time. We've just allowed them to get by with superhero garbage that's all the same.
Yeah, I can't name an American comic
Yeah.
that's not a superhero comic.
Yeah, I'm one of the weirdos who can't.
Have you guys
can,
heard?
but you have to dig for it.
There are a few indie things. Have you guys heard of Shotgun Samurai? I think I've said it. Talked about this before.
I think
No.
we've talked about Shotgun Samurai before, yeah.
We have.
Okay, Evergrade, you gotta hear about this. It's a web comic, but it's also turned to a physical comic. It's about a samurai in Edo, Japan.
And he has a
And
You're
shotgun.
never gonna guess what happens next.
He doesn't have a shotgun, does he?
He has a shotgun.
Well, no, you're joking. That's impossible.
He has a shotgun.
There's no
Oh,
way
the
a
dragon
samurai
sword.
would have a
No.
shotgun.
I mean,
my
Baiken. If
gosh.
you guys know Guilty Gear.
I don't.
I
Oh man,
know, I definitely don't know Guilty Gear lore.
she has a shotgun, and it's annoying from a gameplay perspective, but not from an aesthetic perspective.
I'm trying to
Very good.
think. I think actually these days I don't really keep up too much with comics in general. I'm mainly into video game adaptation. That's mostly of Japanese stuff. The first, would you believe that I've actually been collecting manga, and it's mainly been Pokemon Adventures, which I will finish up, but there's just a few more volumes I'm waiting to get because some stuff is coming out in the 11th, including the last volume of the Twilight Princess manga.
About to talk about that. That's ongoing, isn't it? It's there's a Twilight Princess manga, but it's an ongoing series, and it actually acknowledges the timeline.
I think so. I think so. I only got halfway through it, but I wanted to hold off until it finished, and it's a little weird because there's actually a lot of Legend of Zelda adaptations, but most of them are a very short, abridged versions, which are fine, but people aren't anything. For whatever reason, Twilight Princess one, the normal creative team, I think, because I know it's at least 2 women using a pseudonym. They went to a different publisher, and with that publisher, they were able to go deep into it. And instead of like 1 or 2 max volumes, it's 11 volumes in total, covering the whole game.
How many pages per volume?
Actually, I'm looking at them now. Let's see.
They're pretty long.
There's no. Oh wait, no. Glossary. According to this, at least 173. Probably a bit more. No, that's for the 8th chapter, so it's more than that. And all of them are about this same size, though I noticed the 10th volume is a little thin for whatever reason. And it's still a few days until the 11th comes out, and I can get that. And looking at it, since I've got the Pokemon Adventure manga, the sizes. I'm not sure exactly how the publishing worked, but at least around with the X and Y adaptation, they had these smaller. No, I know they had it for Gen 5 too. They had these sort of mini volumes that eventually get republished into bigger ones, and the mini ones have about, according to this, at least. At least 59 pages, so I think around 80 to 85 pages per volume.
It's not bad.
Yeah,
it's not as long as I was expecting, like a Comey situation where each book is like 300 pages, or each volume is like 300.
Well, some of them are like different. Certain gens have different lengths. Out of all of them, I think if you don't include other adaptations, probably Gen 4 has the longest arc in total. Gen 5 would technically count, but it's kind of broken up between Black and White 1 and 2.
You need a long arc to explain how you're supposed to deal with Pokemon that are literally deific. So that makes sense.
You're right. Well, I'm actually being serious. A lot of the adventure is kind of like the game that things start out kind of fun with mainly sportsmanship and dealing with gyms and stuff, and of course it does kind of spiral out of control. It wasn't really until like the manga and the Gen 4 that I truly appreciated how wild some things can get. And for context, the 10-year-old saving the world is not something normal in the manga either. The kids you're following are literally just built different. I'm not joking. The oldest they get is 15, and they do they're doing absurd stuff by everyone's standards.
Is that actually called out in the story?
They say it. Like the kids actually the kids do set records, and they do normal stuff, and it's not like the adults never do anything. The kids' involvement is just unprecedented. So, in the last volume, one of the heroes manages to set a record for being the gyms, and in Gen 4, another kid is noted to have broken that record even faster.
Yeah, so didn't Archie in that one didn't Archie become an immortal who in a suit of armor and the sword, and then he died and came back to life?
That's spoilers, man. But actually, okay, since it's out in the open, that's sort of what happened. It's a little no, I don't blame. It's kind of an old thing, but these books are so obscure that it's actually I can't really blame anyone for being spoiled by them. But yeah, that actually did happen. The adaptations of like the in between gens can be pretty wild because those are more original, or have to be more original content because the main stuff was usually already covered.
Okay, but I remember reading the Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire and thinking about the part where Archie had the power of the gods.
I still have yet to get up to that, but yeah.
I'm not gonna say anything.
I don't mean to keep you muzzled like this. I just haven't gotten around to putting them. So far, the furthest I've gotten is I finished Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and I read part of Gen 5, but I want to get everything together because I'm definitely going to burn through everything at once. So I just need... One second.
I need to skedaddle. Thank you for having me on. It is too late.
Okie dokie.
All
See you around.
Take
later,
care, y'all.
Yeah, night. Okay. I think that might be good for me. Trying to think of a good note to end on. I mean, I think that it's kind of late for me, so I think I might head off. And trying to think of a good note to end on. Tune in next time for when I come on for more hot takes like water is wet and grass is green.
You don't need to give an outro on my stream.
I know. I just
you can just leave as you like.
All right. It's been fun, guys. Get you later.
See ya.
I gotta go.
Good night.
See ya, Dice.
See ya. Alright. Everybody gone. I can focus. Because I was supposed to get this done tonight. Ideally. Let's see if we can do it. I did not expect this to take nearly as long as it is. Things always take longer when you have company, as is the case. At least it makes for a more interesting stream. Now it's time to put nose to the grind and get something done. In fact, let's just grab a bigger brush. I think this whole thing is going to use the same color for the line art in that section. I think that's it for Julian there. Now we want to get Nymph up. He's much simpler, so fewer colors we have to deal with. Use this for his cape and his ears. Alright, you know what? Let's make his little paws have the blue outline. Now we're gonna go in over top of the line art. And get his little glowy eyes, little glowy pupils drawn in. We're gonna have to get a tiny little brush for these. We're not gonna draw that entire thing again. We're just gonna copy and paste and move it over. Resize it a tad. Save a little bit of time. Also, while I'm at it, I should probably pull up Julian's file and get the mark of the Viridian Order off of that. There we go. We're gonna have to put it on him. On his scapula there. We're gonna make this an overlay right above the regular old colors. Let's see. Same color as his armor, basically. You know what? Let's make a separate layer. There we go, there we go. Right on there. another thing to worry about. Julian's eyes have this little yellow glow into them. That's actually part of the style I use for conjurers. I like to give them little weird eye details. Things like coloring in their pupils or light pupils or specks in their irises. I'll probably start going with the highlights now. Get an overlay. We'll use a slightly yellowish color rather than pure white. Actually, that might not work out with Nimpup's fur color there. Might have to go even lighter. Okay, come on. I want to keep it out of the eyes because they're going to be on their own thing. Actually, I should probably be doing this entire thing in a more painterly method. So I'm going to turn Pin Pressure on for the opacity. Let's do it for both. We'll add in some little bits of reflected light here. Let's give even more of this reflected light there. Ugh. Alright, it's starting to look like an actual thing now. Finally. Finally! On the 4th hour of the stream, we get somewhere. Let's see, we should probably have more here. A little bit. Really, I don't know why I'm doing this all with no background. Let's see. You're going to need to put stars in his starry cloak. Let's see. How do we want to do that? I just use the same layer as his eyes, maybe? That might be the way to go about it. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go down to low hardness. Just gonna throw some dots in there. Alright, now go down to a much smaller brush. I'm gonna take a few of these and actually make them look like the gleaming. Let's get a smaller one in here. That one's too long. Speaking of, we should probably throw in some sparkles along the way. Show that he's passing by. You know what, let's get a bigger brush for the ones closer. And then we'll do the same like we did with the ones in his cloak. Or his cape. Alrighty. And this is a good excuse to throw in some little lighting details. Let's see, 12? Is 12 a good? That's a pretty good one. Probably doesn't need it on his body. Probably should focus on using this on Julian himself. Let's use a glow layer. Use add glow. I'm really thinking I should go with a thicker brush here. Whoops. Pin's acting up a little bit. Whoops. What's going on? Got the wrong color here. Alright, I'm not liking that. Should have just left it. Should probably just go all out with the rim lighting. Actually, it might have been a good idea to put the background in before I started doing the lighting. At least this part of it. Let's see. So Julian's astral pocket is open fields dotted with towering monolithic trees. Alright, time to paint. Actually, one more thing. This will take a little finesse. What I'm gonna do here is make a kind of a chainmail pattern. Actually, we might just be able to go with a circle. You know what? Let's try it like this. Now, how do I do this? I forget. It's been a while since I made a new brush. Register material, image. All right. Use for brush tip shape. We select that. And in the brush location, we save it there. Now let's see. We're gonna need to duplicate the subtool. There we go. Got our chainmail brush selected. Now we need to play with the settings and actually select the brush tip. No, maybe we don't need the spraying effect. Yeah, we want brush density as high as possible. of horizontal and vertical we don't need. You know what, this probably ain't gonna look right as I'm doing it right now. Let's test it out. Yeah. Too small. And it's spraying everywhere. So let's go ahead. Whoops. Still on the chainmail brush. Let's do like so. And we'll do all the things before. Image material, put it in the brush. Actually, what am I looking at? There we go. Okay, now back to this. And back down to the chainmail brush. I'm gonna open up settings. Fortunately, y'all can't see any of this on screen. We're gonna use that one. We're gonna trash this old one. And no spraying effect. Alright, I guess we gotta use the ribbon. Alright. Save those settings. That's basically what we're looking for. Alright, so now select. Alright. Select all these parts. We're gonna add a layer on there. And let's find a good blend mode to make that not stand out so much. Subtract, lighten, screen. Darker color, lighter color, divide. Maybe just go with multiply. And maybe the stuff over here should just be on a different layer. And we can move it to like an overlay instead. Oh, right. We're gonna have to make it white. White! In order for it to show up at all. Might even turn this down even more, just so that there's like a texture there, not really shadows individually. Also, I'm noticing this part should probably, under his armpit, should probably be more shadowy. I also neglected to soften the edge over here. Alright. Now we're actually in a position where we can work on the background. So, get ourselves a tree, a nice like golden brown tree. We're gonna make a big old trunk here. Actually, this tree should probably be in the background. You know what? The camera's looking up. What am I doing? Now, all these trees should not be showing their roots. Well, maybe the one that's this far away would. Might just start over. I want to have these trees as much in perspective as possible. And it's a pretty extreme perspective. Let's see. Throw some shadows on these. Probably stop working so sloppily. You know what? I'm just thinking, even the ones in the distance probably should not have their roots showing. Ultimately, what we're gonna do is we're going to have this, the canopy of the trees, merge with the sky. Alright, we don't need that. Stupid guide showing up. Okay. Alright, now we can break out another fancy brush, the leaves. Not that big. Alright. Make them a nice yellowy green. Probably should have started with a with a darker brush, but oh well. What we're gonna do is throw even more of it in the back here. Let's make an overlay on that. And I'll just kind of like push and pull. Okay, hold on. I got my eyedropper settings all screwed up. All right. Let's see, I'm gonna go even deeper into the background. Now that I'm looking at it, I really think this whole thing maybe like so should be kind of its own on its own layer. We'll cut and paste that. And the same thing for its shade layers. We're gonna move those in front of everything else so we can kind of use a layer effect. What do we want to do with this? We want to make it look a little less busy. Well, maybe not a little less busy. We want to push it back. We want it to be less vibrant. Whoops, I'm still using the whatchamacallit. The leaf brush. Difference, we're not using difference. All right, let's Let's see. Let's make this a little less of a blatant yellow color. Bring the leaves back out. Whoops, that's not right. You want to be on this layer here. We'll add a little more depth here. You know what, maybe we should make this a little more dark. Then in the tree canopy, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add more stars. More stars upon stars. Whoops. You know what? We could probably make a brush for stars. Let's do that. Alright. You get out of here. We need a new layer. We don't need that brush. Let's just make that real big. There we go. Alright. Register material as an image. Stars. Brush tip shape. All materials. Image material. Brush. Okay. Got that. We're gonna duplicate. Actually, let's duplicate the leaves because that's like half done. Okay, I'm just checking to see if we still have the time lapse going. And it is! This is all being recorded, not just with my face in front of it, but each stroke. Let's see. What was I doing? You're going to edit the material, or edit the tool. Brush tip. Yeah, let's get us the new brush tip. The stars. Let's see, particle size. Alright, we need a big gap. Flip horizontal, random. Yeah. Alright, let's see how this looks when I paint with it. It's too dense. Way too dense, in fact. What if... Yeah, that's what I thought. Bigger brush just makes the stars themselves bigger. Let's not use brush size. Let's see if that is something we can work with. A little better. Still like to have a little less density in the particles. You know what, though? I could probably work with that. Let's try a layer effect here. You know what? I still don't like the way the clustering of it. It's at like the lowest particle density. It's a real pickle. Might be better off just making it a stamp. Let's do that. Let's try that. Brush tip, no spraying effect whatsoever. Do like so. You know, honestly, probably don't need nearly this many. In that sense, we'll just use a regular pen. Let's find us a good layer effect here. Throw some in the shadows up here. And let's try it just with white. Yeah, I'm really thinking that the canopy could stand to be more starry, skyish looking. So here's what we're gonna do. Alright, that might not work there. Let's see. We're gonna flip this selection here and delete out what's left. Now that actually looks pretty magical, actually. Probably stand to put an effect on this to make it less bright. Make it a little more saturated. Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're cooking. Alright. Now it's time to throw in like some light rays. I need to put some extra detail on the eyes too. I need to remember that. Brush size, we're gonna remove the pin pressure. And actually, let's put this over everything, front of it all. Glow might not be the best. What about a glow dodge? Let's put a streak of white right through the middle of it. Yeah, I think we can work with that, but do need to add in some highlights around here. And we're gonna put friend pressure back on and hardness up, way up. I wonder if there's something we can do to those stars in the back that will make them actually look like they're further in the back. Maybe I should just leave them yellow? Maybe I should try a different color. Uh. It just doesn't look like it's doing anything. Let's see. Okay, that's definitely not doing anything. Hmm. Wait, I wonder if it's because this is... I think that's part of it. A little bit of it. Alright, let's... just go in and color these things manually. Might also be a good idea to add a little glow around Nimpup. It should be a blue glow or a yellow glow. Okay, we're gonna have to do this a little differently. Whoops, wait a second. Okay, I thought I had a completely different layer there, but apparently not. Alright, now let's see. Should we go ahead and just erase it all out so it only comes from behind him? That's what I'm thinking is, if not the optimal, then what I was intending. So here's what we're gonna do. Deselect that. Deselect that. And we'll deselect that. Now we should only have the line art and the little guy. Alright, now we just delete. Now he glowing. Alright, now actually, oh no, wait. We still need to do this above the other layers. You know what? Let's remove this one so it gives a better sense of motion where he's like turning. While we're at it, let's add a light little... This one? No, that's not the one. There we go. And I'll add a little bit of a very heavily white core, which will emphasize the glowy aspect of it. Want to make something glow, you make the center very white, and then the outside very saturated. And I do love me glowy effects. There, that pops even more. Now we're gonna want to add some of that onto here too. Alright. Now we're definitely gonna have to add more here. Alright, one little thing. Kind of bugs me that you can see so many individual leaves. Alright. That's better. I like that better. Ooh, this is going on a 5-hour stream. Anybody still watching? Looks like there's still a few. Odysee may have, or Rumble may even be at its peak. I don't know. I haven't been paying that much attention. But eyes, I need to remember to do eye details. Let's see, you know what? I think I might just put it on over top. We're gonna take, whoops. We don't need leaves in his eye. Although maybe that's something I should think about for another character. I like to give him weird eyes. And we need to give him some shine here. Yeah, let's not go that far with the yellow. Let's give him a little extra highlight. Oh, wait. Okay. So that's the layer that those are on. All right. Then we'll basically do the same thing with the little doggy. Looks a little awkward, actually. I think I might just put it on the other side. Even though it may not be accurate, it'll probably look better. We're allowed to do that when we're cartooning. And let's see. Go to the shadow layers. And let's see. We want to lower opacity so we can kind of, oops, lower opacity on the eraser. So we can kind of blend that out. Then overlay, we'll just grab some white. That's not even enough. You can barely even see that. Okay. We're just gonna have to use one of the other layers, like this one. Now, well, it might have helped if I actually made it solid. Probably make that a little bit less white. There we go. And I'm gonna move this onto its own layer, that little thing right there, because I want to adjust this a tad. Get a little bit of a gap there at the bottom. let's see. Now, one thing we're probably going to need to do is throw on a layer over everything to kind of tie all the colors together. So we're going to make this a hue. I think that's looking actually pretty good. I might be running out of things to do to it. One thing I might want to do is add some more shine on the other side of Julian, because that's where the sunlight is coming from. We're gonna take this and we'll go like so. Oh. In fact, we could... maybe not so much. Like that. Put the hue layer back on. And I'm kind of liking the way it looks. Only thing I could really think to add would be like some glow on the tree over here. Wait a second, what the hell? I'm on the wrong layers. Alright, I'm not too sure about that. Let's try putting this on a separate layer. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's looking good. I think we're better off without it. Oh. Oh. 5 hours and 7 minutes. 5 hours and 7 minutes this thing took. I think it's about time I just called it quits here. Called it done. This was only supposed to take like 3 hours. Ended up taking way more than that. But that's okay. It's nice. I like it. Nice little picture. And this is a prime example of why I need to grab some other artists and like have them color things for me. Well, I guess that'll be the end of the stream here. How's it look? What do y'all think? All y'all lurkers that have been coming in and out. Tell me in the chat. Tell me.
Tell me what you think.
I haven't been doing any funny voices because everybody's been talking most of the time. And Rumble's off the charts. I guess that's what happens when you stream for 5 hours. It says it got 200 views. I think that might be a little bit glitchy, but you know what? This is bugging me. This right here. Ooh, CSP is chugging. Alright. Get white. White. There we go. Oh wait. Okay. You know what, that would have been a lot easier if I just grabbed my stylus and did it. Okay, I need to stop messing with it. It's never gonna be good enough. It's always gonna be a little deficient in what I think it should look like, because I'm not as good as an artist as I want to be, and nobody ever is. Nobody ever is. So we need to stop. I need to stop. So thanks for coming, everybody who stopped in on Rumble, on Odysee, on YouTube, and on Twitch. All the places. Thanks for coming. Don't forget to subscribe if you like what you see, if you like what I do. If you like my little cartoons, give yourself a subscribe. Treat yourself. You can come see me next time and some of my other buddies hanging out here. And also check out if you're on one of my channels with VODs, you can check out the What is Crytures video, which will tell you all about what this thing is that I'm actually drawing. What kind of. I need to do more lore videos. I got another one in the works, but it ain't ready yet. And also I wanted more art for it, for the slideshow to show, and also more time lapses, which I now have. I have another time lapse. So yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys later. Bye.